Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards.
Present.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Present.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Present.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Presente.
Councilman Harrison. I imagine he is en route. Vice President Williams.
Present y presente.
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Present.
Myself, Brandon Garcia, Municipal Clerk, present. Mr. Kaloji will be present telephonically in one moment's time. And City Attorney Wes Bridges.
Present.
Thank you. And Madam President, if you give me one moment, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Madam President, if you'd like now at this time, I could read the invocation. Thank you. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this, our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen. Madam President, first on our agenda this evening is a recognition, and I'll leave it to you to introduce that recognition.
Thank you. We do have a recognition of Janet Kleckley Porter this evening. She's a city employee and who is leaving us. And with that, I would like Councilwoman Teska Frisbee to please read the resolution. Recognition, I'm sorry.
So good evening, everyone. You absolutely can come to the mic. So we want to make sure that we recognize those individuals who have done the work, who have labored in our community, and let you know that we appreciate the years that you have been here, Ms. Porter, and that when you go, that you know that you have been recognized by us, that we acknowledge the work, the hard, especially over the last year where you actually stepped in and helped out with our seniors. That was really a lot that you did. I know your plate was full more than it normally is, and we greatly appreciate you for that. So with it, that's why we wanted to make sure we recognize you this evening. And it says the City Council, City of Trenton, special recognition, honoring Janet Kleckley. Did I say it right, Porter? Say
Kleckley.
Kleckley, thank you. Kleckley Porter, MSW. Whereas Ms. Janet Kleckley Porter, MSW, began her career with the City of Trenton in October 1986 as a social caseworker with the Division of Welfare. And whereas Ms. Janet Visionary's leadership has led an impeccable career of constituents, relations, homelessness responses, workforce development, reentry services, and senior services. And whereas Ms. Porter has held various positions throughout her career, such as social caseworker in the Division of Welfare, aide to the mayor, Arthur J. Holland, Carmen J. Armetti, and Douglas H. Porter. I don't know why I'm getting his name wrong. Douglas H. Palmer. He would get me bad. Later appointed as the first director of the Mayor's Office of Citizens Concern and Information, the Palmer administration, job developer for Department of Health and Human Services, and later joined the Mayor's Office of Employment and Training, MOET, to assist residents, including justice-impacted individuals, in overcoming employment barriers. The department linked employers to incentive programs to encourage sustained hiring partnerships. As a social caseworker, supervisor, she oversaw various services to the elderly and homeless. Ms. Porter was promoted to social caseworker, supervisor, and CEAS Center Director, and concluded her career as Interim Director of Community Relations and Social Services. And whereas Ms. Porter has served our great city of Trenton to the best of her ability for nearly 4 decades, her steadfast commitment to public service, equity, and collaborative problem-solving services to the residents of the city of Trenton is exemplary, to be followed for 4 years and decades to come. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey hereby recognizes and honors Ms. Janet Kleckley Porter for 40-plus unwavering years of service to the City of Trenton.
Thank you.
And is signed by all the city council. Madam President, I put it back in your hands now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Frisbee. Yes. Ms. Porter, would you please express some words?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, City Council President, members, friends, and colleagues. Thank you, City Council, for acknowledging my 39-plus years of public service with the City of Trenton. My time has flown by. First and foremost, I give all honor and glory to God for guiding and directing me throughout this journey. My faith, belief, and trust in God have been the foundation of my survival and success over these past 39 years. Public service has never been just a job for me. It has been a calling and a ministry. It gave me the opportunity to draw upon my upbringing and share knowledge, skills, and compassion inspired by the love that God has instilled in me. I am deeply grateful for the privilege of working with Trenton, New Jersey residents to empower them and to make a positive impact on their lives, especially those who are marginalized, in a meaningful and personal way. Integrity has always been my guiding principle, and I have strived to inspire that same standards in others. To the CEAS Center staff, also known as CEAS, thank you for your dedication and for always rising to the occasion. Because of your hard work, the CEAS Center earned recognition as a respected member of not only the Trenton Mercer COC community, but the entire Trenton community for housing and reentry resources. My ministry spans 6 mayors and 10 health and human service directors. Throughout this journey, I have received unwavering support from many people, many of you in this room, who offered guidance, advice, and encouragement. I cannot name everyone individually, but I want to acknowledge Ruth Carter, my colleague, supervisor, and friend for the many years of service. My family has been a great source of strength. I am most grateful for the constant and unwavering support of my late husband, Kenneth, and my 2 daughters, Sharice and Lauren. They have been my rock during challenging times. Their love and encouragement helped me push through to earn my master's degree in 2017 in social work, even as Ken battled cancer. Finally, it has been a pleasure working with each of you over the years through the COC, on a mayoral campaign, the Mercer County Reentry Coalition, as colleagues and as friends. While this chapter of my life is coming to an end, I am excited about the new chapter and that what lies ahead. I will be embarking on a new venture that will allow me to draw from all the knowledge, experience, and connections that I've gained over the years. Stay tuned for more. I accept this recognition on behalf of my staff, the CEAS Center, and the Division of Community Relations and Social Services for the hard and selfless work they continue to do for the least of these. I thank you all for being here this evening. I appreciate your warmth, your kindness, and your well wishes. And I want to give a special thank you to Albertus Carroll for ensuring that the seniors from the Reading Center were able to attend this meeting. As I close, I leave you with these words from Micah 6:8. He has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Porter. At this time, I would allow for any of my colleagues, if you have any words that you would like to express to Ms. Porter. And then after that, we will take a photo and then return to the dais. So if any of my colleagues would like to say a few words.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes. So to this beautiful young lady standing in front of us, we just want to say congratulations. You know it's bittersweet for some of us to see you go, especially me. I just want to thank you for always being a mother figure to me. Advice, encouragement. Anytime I call, you are there. And you do have a heart to serve, and you also know how to be firm when you have to make decisions. So I want to thank you for always being your authentic self. No one could do it like you. You do it so nice and gracefully when you have to put someone in check. So I just want to say, I appreciate you. I love you. I know this isn't the end for our relationship, but I'm excited for what's to come in your next chapter. Love you.
Oh, we love you too. Thank you.
Council President,
Councilwoman Feliciano.
thank you. Miss Janet,
Yes, Ms. Crystal Feliciano.
from the days of Shiloh, so our journey forward now, it has been a pleasure to know you, to actually know
Likewise.
to have experienced you for exactly who you are, to know your daughter, to experience my girl Sharice. I know where she gets her tenacity from.
I want my daughter to stand up. This is my.
I know where she gets who she is from, right? They say she get it from her mama. And so I just want to thank you for your service to the city of Trenton. I want to thank you for loving on the people here for real. Thank you for the work that you've done from your heart. Thank you for pressing through the hard times when things weren't going easy. Thank you for still showing up when you were going through your own storm. Thank you for still keeping us at the forefront, right? And serving selflessly. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. I love you, and I wish you Godspeed as you continue your journey forward. Thank
Love
you.
you. Thank you.
Council Vice President Williams.
Ms. Porter, I'll just try to be as brief as I can, but there's a lot of folks who are going to miss you. I know you know that. And it's incalculable how many lives you improved, how many people you helped rebuild, and likely how many lives you saved. And our city thanks you for that. You can never repay someone such as you for what you do, because that goes beyond the words public service. But when we think of public service, we think of you. And I hope we will see you often. And I'm sure when the Writing Center reopens, we will see you there with us. So God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you. Miss Janet,
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
this is a bittersweet moment. I know this is a moment that we all look forward to every once in a while with, retiring someday after such a career, a long career. And you did not have an easy job working with the underserved, the marginalized, and our most vulnerable populations in humanity, not even just in our city, but to humans in general. And to that, I want to say thank you. That I witnessed a lot of your passion. I witnessed the hard work. I mean, all the way down to the testimony of getting the one unhoused woman from off of Front Street Garage. That's a testimony to the work that you do and have done for nearly 40 years in our city. And you're leaving some big shoes to fill. So I just want to say again, thank you.
Thank you.
For being there for those that couldn't even help themselves.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you, Council President. So, Janet, there's a
Jessica.
saying that says, "Let the work that I've done speak for me."
Yes.
And your work has done a lot. And when you look around this room and those that couldn't be here, it speaks to the value, how people value you and the volume of which you've touched people's lives. I hope you realize that you're receiving your flowers on today. We thank you and we appreciate you for your dedication and your hard work that you've done. You're one of those women in the community that your yes is yes and your no is no, and that I respect.
Yes.
That's how we know that we know that you're a woman of honor because you're not going to waver. You're not going to say one thing and turn around and do another thing. That is a model for all to follow. So I thank you for what you've done. I thank you for even how you have instilled in Sharice. Sharice is a leader, and I see you in the community. I see what you're doing, young woman, and I know that you've got some big shoes to fill, but I know you've got your own shoes to walk in as well. But Mom taught you right. So I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you. I think that you are a star that just keeps on shining, but you don't come out in the front. You shine from the back because you lift others up. And I just want to make mention of two things. I remember most recently working with you with those 7 apartments that burnt on Olden Avenue. And I remember your steadfastness in making sure that every family was taken care of. I now know that you did that as you worked with your husband, when you worked with him, and even through the storm, you still pressed past the storm, and that was a lot. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for weathering the storm with us. Thank you for being here with the good times as well. And I pray that God continues to watch over, protect, and guide you in this next chapter in your life. May it be your richest chapter, your best chapter, as you continue to walk in the light that you've already been given in God's name. Amen.
Thank you. To God be the glory. Thank you.
Councilman Harrison?
Miss Janet, thank you for all the souls that you've touched. The world needs more people like you and Ruth Carter because you do the work that is so greatly needed in this world. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. And we're sad to see you go, but we know that you've helped this city so much. So thank you for all the blessings.
Thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues. Ms. Porter, you have served. And God knows what we're put on this earth to do, whether we're put on this earth to serve, enjoy our lives, raise families, what have you. And you've done all of those things. And you have given your time tirelessly and effortlessly to others. So I am grateful that we are able to honor you tonight. I'm grateful to all the wonderful words of my colleagues tonight. We have celebrated and honored so many people on this council, and you are up there as one of the most deserving. So thank you so much for all of your tireless efforts, everything you've given to the city and everything you've given to others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick picture, and then we'll be right back on the dais, guys. Yep.
Curtis is over there. I have to go spend
Okay, we'd like to resume if everybody could get back into your seats if you're staying, so we could continue the meeting.
Yes.
On your call, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead. Continue, please.
Okay, Madam President, next on our agenda for this evening is a presentation. This presentation is from Mr. Tyrell Smith and is regarding participatory budget process.
Yes, we may proceed.
He has a presentation up, and as I understand it, Madam President, he's going to have 10 minutes, correct?
Yes, 10 minutes.
All right, sir, you'll have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then after that, the council will engage in Q&A or whatever it may be. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. You may proceed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tyrell Smith. I am a social entrepreneur from the city of Trenton, and I am the owner of Trenton Market. Our slogan is, we are more than a farmer's market. We are a community hub for all. And tonight, I'm going to be presenting to you about...
Excuse me, Mrs. Smith, I'm sorry. Can we shut those doors, please? Thank you.
I still got my time, right?
You're good on your time.
So tonight, this evening, I'm going to be presenting to you about participatory budgeting and the project that we have going on in the Choice Neighborhood Zone. So before I get started, I'm not up here by myself. I have a team of people with me. So I just want to acknowledge those who have been a part of this process from the beginning. I would like to acknowledge Councilwoman Crystal Feliciano, who has been part of this process since the beginning. I would like to recognize Mr. Shakar Johnson from For the Glory of God. That's part of this process. Recognize Nisha Thompson from PB Seeds. That's part of this process. Recognize Ms. Sharice Porter from KP Initiative. And also I see that Nancy Yunker was on the line from Prepare to Vote, and also Mercer County Community College, and also Trenton Health Team, and also Trenton Housing Authority. So thank you all. So what is participatory budgeting? At Trenton Market, we have been awarded a grant for $10,000 to engage in a process, a civically community engaged led process to engage community and put community at the center of dollars, allowing the community to build trust with businesses and also those who are normally in power and control, giving the community control and power of their own thoughts and ideals and the imagination of what they would do if they have funding. So everything is going to be high level, so I can just explain it. And if you have questions, I can answer questions afterwards. Participatory budgeting is a democratic process in which community members directly decide how to spend part of a public budget. In this case, it is the funding that we was awarded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation was $10,000 from the Trenton Market. So the Trenton Market have $10,000 where we're going to be centering the voices and the ideals of community on how they would like to see the funds spent. The process. Step one is the design process. A steering committee that represents the community creates the rules and engagements of the plan. So this plan and this process is totally engaged by community. Right now, we are in the process of getting ready to launch a community engagement where we're going to be putting an application out for community members to be part of the steering committee. The individuals that I mentioned beforehand are part of our advisory board. So this process, when we get ready to launch our application process, we're going to be taking applications from the community so they can tell us what they want. So they be able to just create the process, whether it is someone that's voting from 6 all the way to 80, and it's specifically located in the choice neighborhood zone because it's only $10,000. So we want to keep it kind of confined to that zone so we're able to make sure we evaluate in the process and understand the process better. So that's why it's specifically inside the choice neighborhood zone. That's step one of the process, and it helps us build trust amongst the community. It helps us build, have the community be able to understand, how civic engagement and budgeting work. Step 2, the brainstorming ideas. Participants generate and share ideas for projects at an in-person event and online. So a lot of people inside the community, they will say, oh, if I had $10,000, this is what I would do with it. I would want to put a pocket park. I would want to do a garden. I would want to speed bumps. I want to do beautification. So this is what this process is for. This process is for us to gather information and for allow the community to come up with these bright ideas, because so often people come into our community and tell us what we want and tell us what we need. So this process cuts that out and put community right at the center so they could come up with their own ideas, because I guarantee you, if you go outside right now and ask the community members what they want, they're going to tell you what they want and what they need, right? So this what this process does is put the community at the center of ideal making and ideal collection. Step 2, the develop proposal. Proposal developers meet to develop the ideals into feasible projects and proposals. So this is a whole separate committee, a whole separate process where we get people from on the proposal side to say, okay, all right, we have this $10,000, we have these ideals, but are they feasible? Someone from the community may come up and say, oh, I want road work to be done. I want this to be done. Well, from my research, it takes a couple $1 million to do a road, right? So it's only $10,000. So we don't have that money to do a road, but we do have enough money to do some beautification. So the funds that we have are underneath 3 lanes and underneath 3 pockets, being that our market is focused on agriculture. So it's going to be food justice, environmental justice, and community beautification. So this is what the funds, the 3 pockets of the funds, what the funds going to be what's going to do. So they be able to. This group of committee members will be able to make sure that the ideals are feasible and they're not going above our heads, but keeping it at a level where the community can see the money at work and actually see the dollars go out and actually see the dollars be spent. And this is good because so many people come to these meetings and they don't know how the budget works. They just think that the city has all this money to do this and do that. But if they actually see what it takes for projects to get done, they'd be more inclined to be respectful to council members when they see them outside in the public, and also be able to be more respectful to the process of how things actually work. So this is a grassroots level on how to teach community to be civically engaged while fostering trust and building relationships so they can actually see how their dollars work in real time. Step 4, the voting process. So this is the process where we get all the ideals, we go through the proposal process, and now we're actually holding ourselves accountable, right? And allowing the community to come in and vote on a process. So we're also working with another community organization called the Community Hut app. So all the digital content that's going to be coming from our process and our events will be on the app. So the community that's inside the Choice Neighborhood District will be able to vote directly on the app or come to an in-person event where they can, they can fill out a ballot, put their vote in that ballot on the projects that won. I mean, for the projects that made it to this process, and they'll be able to vote on these different processes. We can make it a big fun event. The first time I saw this in real time when I was in Freehold with my mentor Nisha, and we went down to Freehold. Freehold has a participatory budgeting project where they allocate $250,000 to the community, and the community be able to decide how these funds are being used. It was a fun family event where people was coming out, and they had a little booth, and they was able to cast a vote in their booth. For example, the city recreation department does a phenomenal job during the summer. So we could be able to post our voting booth if it's inside the Choice Neighborhood District, post our booth inside an event that the city is already doing, and the community in that district can just come out and vote, right? Step 5, funding the winning project. This is another way that we are holding ourselves accountable, because now that the community did their part, now it's time for us to fund the winning project. So we take the funds, we look at the winning projects, and we put our money right behind it, because we want the community to know that you can trust us, you can trust the process, you can trust the civic engagement process, you can trust the democratic process, because now you see, and like I said, in real time, the funds being used. Step 6, evaluation of process. The steering committee and participants evaluate if goals were met and plans changed to the next cycle. So with anything, we got to document it, right? We want to make sure that we are holding true to what we're saying, and be able to look at the process, engage the process, and see where we went wrong, how many community members came out, who did we engage, but how can we get better, where we can improve at. So this is step 6, the evaluation process. We are in partnership with the Princeton Research Group. Yeah, the Princeton Research Group, where they're going to be doing the evaluation process for us and helping us come up with survey questions to be able to evaluate this whole process. So that's the evaluation process. So we could do it all again. So hopefully the city would say, hey, I like what you guys were doing. How can we pick this up on a citywide initiative, right? And be partners on this, where we will come in and help through workshops and to be able to engage with community and elected officials, because this is a governing process. We just don't give them the money, just let them run wild. It has to be controlled, right? So we be based off our evaluation and our process, we be able to see how to best implement it around the city or make it a citywide initiative. So what kind of budgets? Like I said, is many kind of budgets that can be used. There's city and county, state and federal budgets. There's non-governmental budgets. There's discretionary funds. There's school budgets. There's public budgets. But these funds are coming directly from the Trenton town market. And this is how we are using these funds from us. We are one of the first businesses inside the city of Trenton to be able to have this initiative and be able to give our funds directly to the community this way, to make sure that the community is heard. Hopefully, inside this district, we can be able to build relationship with other.
I apologize. That is your 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. We've known each other since we were grade school, so I really do appreciate you coming in and giving this presentation. It was very profound, and it is. You've always been about giving back to the community, which is, not everybody does it. Even, some nonprofits and stuff that come before us, your idea is always ground roots. Let's give it back to the community. And that is commendable. And I really do appreciate it. You said something specifically about teaching communities to be civically engaged. And that is something that we don't just learn already. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we don't know how our government works. We don't know how the legislative branches works. We don't know what our voices do. We don't even know enough to register to vote and what that means. So you taking it in another angle and bringing it to the community in this way, it's commendable. I have no other word for it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. So the other question I have, and I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, with regards to this money that is participatory budget, are we talking like asking for government entities to pull from their budgets, or are we talking about grants and donations given to your business that you're pouring back into the community?
So, two-part question. So the funds that we have are from, we have got a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. So those are the funds that this project will be working on. But for example, in Newark, they have funds outside of, they launched a PB project from the Office of Sustainability. So that funds they already had within inside their budget. So for example, Park and Recreations have funds, right? It's some things that you guys are already doing. So if you just take them funds and set it to the side and say, hey, we're going to use these funds for participatory budgeting. I know you guys have like a youth council, right? So you could say just like Newark with the Office of Sustainability, they have a youth program. You could just say the funds that we already had allocated for that, we could just put it underneath participatory budgeting and let the funds be used that way. So it would be not asking for any additional funding. It would be funding that local government already have.
Okay, so you're starting this off with a grant from Robert Wood Johnson.
Yes.
You're asking for line budget items from the government, sort of like for these types of.
So I'm not specifically at this moment asking for anything. Partnership, we're asking for partnership. So when we get ready to launch it, sharing it on the city website, maybe coming out to our events, helping us with the voting process within inside that district. That district right now is kind of split in two. So it's the North Ward and the West Ward. Ingram Avenue sits in the West Ward. So maybe having that representation of both of the council women to be part of what we're doing in that neighborhood. Eventually, in the future, if this is a process that the city would like to take up on, then we will be looking and exploring how can we look at the budget that the city already has and how can we create a line item budget for participatory budgeting with the funds that's already have, that you guys already have, like they're doing in Newark, and have done in Jersey City, and what they're currently doing in Freehold.
Right, so and I'm going to pass it on, but yeah, participatory budgeting, like basically asking the city in this circumstance to set aside funds and then maybe have biddings or bidders like from organizations to try to gather some of that funding for this to try to see how they can be applied to the community. Is that kind of where we're going?
So if the city, if I'm hearing you correctly, right, if the city has the funds, let's say for example, with inside Park and Recs, right? If you guys were already going to plant trees, if you guys were going to already do these things, it's just already just taking the funds that was already done for that and just say this is a participatory budgeting pocket. We will sit your community around the funds. Or you guys could take funds that you already have, access of funds, where they're coming from, Harper funds or anything like that, or any the rescue funds or something like that. I don't want to speak out of turn, but some of these funds that you guys already have, marijuana tax, where they have to already have funds already contributed to the city, and just take them funds and say, hey, we want to allocate these funds for participatory budgeting and center your community around it.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking. Thank you for that clarification. Councilwoman.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. You kind of almost answered it, but just for clarity. First of all, thank you for the presentation. She said it best. You've always been a community person and inclusive, and I love when people come here with a presentation, but also with solutions to some of the issues that we're having, and they come with their own funding. So I just want to say thank you for that. But my only quick question was going to be, I know you said this is geared towards the Choice Neighborhood program, or this Choice Neighborhood, but does that mean that the community members that are a part or that want to be a part of it must be in that area too, or are you?
So yes, so being that the budget is small, it is primarily for the Choice Neighborhood District. It's open to residents and businesses. And what's so special about the process with the steering committee, they get to decide how that process works. So they can say, we have teenagers that live in here. We have elderly people that live in here. We have babies, well, not babies. We have like 6-year-olds that live in this community, and we want them to be able to have their voices heard. So the steering committee can say from 6 to 80 can be able to vote as long as they live inside this area. Yeah. And it's teaching the youth from the early age how to be civically engaged.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was my only question.
Council President.
Feliciano.
Thank you. So Tyrell, thank you for coming in. I appreciate the follow through with that. Thank you to the rest of the advisory board. We've been working on this. Just to council, Tyrell and I actually met with the superintendent of the school board. And this was last year sometime, where we went to pitch it to the school board. He loved it. We're working with our Student Government Association.
Yes.
I'm the advisor of that at the high school, where we're looking to bring it, where the youth will bring it before the school board to have the conversation along with Tyrell about how it will benefit. And so basically, everybody has money. We have money for everything that we're going to spend throughout the year, right? So again, it's not asking for anything extra. It's just saying, all right, Public Works, you have X amount of dollars. What are y'all looking to do with it? So then they're like, oh, well, we want to pave some streets or put out some trash cans. We want to put some lights up, blah, blah, blah. So then they say, okay, let's make a part of that this participatory budgeting process. And then we let the community decide if there's $50,000. Okay, y'all, here's the categories you can choose from. Do you want to see this, or this, right? They can make it where it can fit into what was going to be the plan of the administration, but then the people would drive and speak to what they want to see with the money. And then through them voting for it, and then through the committee being around at the different outdoor events that recreation has throughout the year, well, it's not going to be like the whole year, but throughout the summer or however long it takes, the people will vote. Yes, we want, the street lights, or yeah, we want the trash cans, or yeah, we want this, or yeah, we want that. And then at the end, we take it back to the administration and say, well, based on what the people said, they want you to take this money, and this is what they want you to do with it. And then the administration will go along and do that. And so we're killing two birds with one stone. The administration is getting what they want. Council is getting what we want, but most importantly, the community is getting to be a part of the process. And then hopefully through that will make people start to think more about the voting process and become more engaged in the process. So excellent job with this.
Thank you.
I'm blessed to be a part. I'm looking to see what we can do to keep it moving forward and educating the community on a lot of levels and getting people involved in the process.
Thank you. And just to piggyback on Councilwoman Feliciano, that meeting with Dr. Earl was phenomenal. I'm not going to say the funds that he committed because, we're still working on that, but he just got up and said, let's do this for both high schools. Yes. So he believed in the process. So we are still looking to help the students, the government students, design a presentation to present to the school board.
Madam President.
Yes, Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you. So one, Mr. Smith, I want to thank you for your thorough presentation. That was really good. I wish we had a little more time to let you get to the end of it, but from what you did present, I really did appreciate it. My question was going to be on sustainability, but I now have a better understanding of that. Again, it is not that you're coming to get funds, and it is using what is already in play.
Yes.
I really love the idea that the community is going to have their voices heard. It's one thing to send an email to your mayor, to your directors, or to your council members, but to come out and actually have your vote. And I love that you put a box out there that said vote. That actually that makes it really plain for me. They're going to vote on it, and
that's right.
The best, the one that is voted on with the most, with the larger count, that is the one that wins. So I just want to say good job. I think it's a good model for educating and empowering our community. It is really good for the community to learn how dollars work. And that's the part that I think this is going to really drive home, is that you can actually make the difference in the community that you live in, so you can be a participant in your community. And I love the name participatory budgeting. It's a tongue twister, but I actually love that.
Thank you.
So really, that's I think all. I know you said it was hitting the areas of food, environment, and I missed the last.
So underneath 3 pockets, which is food sustainability and ownership, environmental justice, and also community beautification, because these are the insecurities that we notice inside the Choice Neighborhood Zone. 97 in food insecurity, right? So everyone that's over there don't have access to fresh foods and produce. That's why our market is coming over there, and it is high in poverty. So when it comes to the economic gap over there, so we're just really trying to engage community and allow community to see how when business, community, and the city work together, how things get done and move forward, and how you can, from the young age of 6 to the old age of 80, re-engaging and retelling that story and rewriting a narrative on the voting process right here in the city of Trenton.
Absolutely. So thank you again, and I invite you to come out to my West Ward community conversations that are held on every second Thursday of the month at the West Ward Police Station at 600 Artiston, where you can share this out with them. It'll be a different audience for the most part, so I'll make sure that we connect on that.
Yes, we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Oh.
Council Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming. Tyrell, you always do a great job. Everything you do, you put all your heart and your soul and your mind into, and we're lucky to have that.
Thank you.
Here. I also want to thank you for creating the market at 16 West Ingham. That is going to be a really great thing for the city and a beating soul in that neighborhood off of MLK. So thanks for that also.
Thank you.
So what you're doing here is very exciting, and I'm hoping to see it grow. It reminds me of when we started about 20 years ago, maybe 30 years ago, but I hear about micro lending.
Oh, yes.
Which became a worldwide concept, particularly to help communities.
I'm familiar with it.
It feels like there's some echoes of that, so I really love that. But my only question would be, as far as what would be your greatest challenge you see expanding this forward? And then also, do you have like your 3-5 year, like what's your vision? What would be your goal you'd love to see this grow into?
The advisory committee, we have a strategic plan, and we looked at our SWOT analysis. And I think one of the biggest challenges or, hurdles or threats, not threats, but biggest challenges that we have is the community engagement part of it. But that's why we partnered up with people that's a little bit more smarter than us, which is the Trenton Health Team and the Trenton Housing Authority, because they already have a grip on that community and they already have a voice to that community. It's basically like engaging and getting the information out, because we noticed that everyone is not on social media. So it's just like, how can we create that community or create that atmosphere where people are stopping at the market, coming to the events that we put out, and also getting in front of the community that's inside the Choice Neighborhood District. So that's one of our biggest challenges, one of our biggest hurdles, but it's also one of our biggest opportunities too, so that we can be able to see how we can expand it. So it's one of our biggest opportunities as well.
And then what would be the best way for people to find out about the budget process and what you're doing, social media or the web?
So as of right now, because we're rebuilding our website, so as of right now, they can find us at info@TrentTown, that's TRENTTOWNE market.com. So they can email us and we can be able to engage that way, or they can follow us on social media if they're in social media. But we are working on our website, and we will have a drop-down participatory budgeting page so they can be fully engaged on the process. And like I mentioned before, we're going to be working with the Community Hut app, and everyone, I think that's one of the best apps that Trenton has. So if you don't have the Community Hut app, shameless plug, download them right now. And because there's a lot of information that comes on that app, and that's where our information would be digitally broadcasted throughout the city. And also Peterson Breaking News. We're going to be able to use local media as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you. First and foremost, this is a wonderful idea. Congratulations on making it to the level that you have. I remember meeting with you nearly a year ago when you first explained this to me, and I love the idea. And I think it's something that we are missing in the capital city. I don't like when we make decisions for people without including them, and oftentimes they don't feel heard, and a lot of people don't feel like their vote matters and things like that. So putting the medicine in the candy and making this a fun type of way to participate, I think it will work over well, especially with the youth. And I'm glad that you are involving them because they are our future. They are the ones that when we build it, they're going to be the ones using it down the line. Their children will be using it. Some of us are kind of aging out. I will say this will be beneficial in terms of like the parks. You know, the city had redeveloped a lot of the parks in around Trenton. And some of the feedback that we got was either they didn't know about it or they took the zip line out of Villa Park and we like the zip line. So a lot of the kids don't feel like they have something that they could go to the park to do, you know, for them. That's what they like, you know. So including the kids and the youth in the neighborhood as well, the residents in the neighborhood who knows what they want. They live there. They have to go to this park because it's close by. A lot of the times we see people that go outside of the city to parks instead of going to the ones in their neighborhood.
Yes, that's
and I
true.
think if the children were involved in the conceptual design of the park, they would use it more.
That's
For
true.
example, implementing a basketball court in a neighborhood where basketball is popular versus tennis,
Yeah.
you know, or having both tennis and basketball. So
Yes.
you're reaching both demographics, or a multicultural sports arena where you can implement soccer, basketball, tennis, and other types of sports as well to make it a versatile place to be for all demographics and, you know, interest areas of sports.
I agree 100%.
So I think going forward, you know, that's something that the administration could do feasibly, you know, to include the community into the process without overcomplicating it through an advisory committee or the youth council, like you mentioned. I would love to see that youth council active.
So when you have time, the office in Newark, the Office of Sustainability, I believe it's like called Go Green. What is it? Go Green. Jen Green, and they have that office in Newark. The mayor gave them $50,000 for them to decide what to do with the funds, and they've just been rocking it ever since. Freehold is rocking it. Jersey City has been rocking it. New York, Boston, and yeah. So there's a lot of places that's within inside our geographic that is doing it too. And I think Trenton itself needs to pick it up. And, you know, should pick it up because it's a process that's taking us into the future and allowing our young voices to be heard.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I just want to say, in addition to that, I'm going to go. I give you all a flyer. One of the other projects that we're doing, we have a 7-week urban farming food justice sustainability workshop. So we're going to be teaching community how to own their own food and what the food justice looks like. It's a 7-week program. The slots are going to be going fast. If one of you would like to register, I say please register to be a part of that workshop to see exactly, you know, what it means to own your own food. So.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Smith. Thank you to my colleagues for all your questions and your comments. Again, I'm proud always of all your initiatives and your accomplishments. You know, we are down bottom,
That's
South
right.
Trenton through and through.
That's
So
right.
very, very proud. So thank you so much. And thank you for bringing this initiative to Trenton. You know, other
Thank you.
municipalities are doing it. And I think it's great. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, we can proceed. At this time, I think, do we have any individuals who are here on behalf of being appointed to any of the boards and commissions that we have recently approved?
Madam President, if you like, I can call some names.
Sure. Could you call names
Certainly.
based on the council or the commission or the board that they have been voted to, please?
Certainly. For Senior Advisory Board, Ms. Cordelia Staten.
She is present. Ms. Staten, would you please come up and just speak about your appointment to the Senior Advisory Council?
Four after this.
Good evening. My name is Cordelia Staten. I reside at 310 Gardner Avenue, and I am pleased to have been appointed to the Senior Advisory Council. What I hope to bring to that council is what I hope that working on that council will bring back to you some of the ideas of seniors, some of their special needs and concerns, some of the services they'd like to see, some of the services they may not feel like they need anymore. I think you need to just hear from them. You need another voice. And since you guys are so open, which I really like, you really want to get all this input, I think the Senior Advisory Board will be a great vehicle for seniors all across the board. There's quite a few of us. As I understand it, there's a representative almost from every ward. And so that's very good because every ward has its own unique needs, just as the seniors do. I currently serve on the Housing Authority, and I've worked, and I've also served on the zoning board. So these kind of appointments I don't take lightly. I put everything into it, and I hope that I will be able to serve on this committee and bring forth the desired outcomes that the council was looking for.
Thank you,
That-
Ms.
that was
Stephen, and
off the
thank you
cuff.
for your service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For the street naming committee, you have the West Ward, Winston Mills.
He's not present.
Looks
he
like
is?
he's here.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mills, please come up. Mr. Mills, thank you for accepting this role. Would you like to share a few words?
Thank you very much. This is my first time doing this, but I'm very proud to do this for the city, and I'm proud that you guys thought of me to name the street naming. I have a lot of friends, this elders that deserve this, that really deserve a street named after them. So, and I have a friend in here, her mother, I think, deserves to be a street named after her mother. I'm not gonna say her name, but she's, but thank you guys very much. It's good seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope to see you soon. That's it.
Thank you, Winston Mills.
Donna Wellens.
Good evening, Ms. Wellens.
Good evening. I didn't know I was going to be saying anything, but I don't mind, okay? I don't mind. Well, when Councilwoman Feliciano approached me about the street naming committee, it was so coincidental because I was just putting together for my students street names and facilities of African Americans that are in our city. And I was just putting that together, and she came up like, to me with that. And I was like, this is God. So I am very much a faithful Trenton resident, and I love celebrating our seniors, not only our seniors, but people that care about our city. People that make significant contributions to our city. So I would love to be a part of this committee, and I just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellens.
Ed Livingston for South Ward Street Naming Committee.
Mr. Livingston cannot be here for
that's
this
right. I'm so
meeting.
sorry.
He's stuck out, but he has accepted, and he is excited about this position.
And finally, Ms. Marge Caldwell Wilson for North Ward.
No.
Good evening, Council President, Vice President, council members. I know that it's always a task on council when someone requests to have a street named after them. So we had to set up some rules and regulations. I don't know what the responsibility is going to be for us on the committee. I'm sure we'll find that out. But I'm thrilled because I do like to see our Trentonians' names blazed all over the city because they've given so much to the city. But I also think that we have to scrutinize and make sure that they're well-deserved. So I want to thank you. I don't know who recommended me, but I want to thank whoever it was, and thank you all.
Thank you, Marge. Thank you so much. Madam Caldwell-Wilson. All right, we can proceed, Brandon. Is there anybody else?
I don't believe that we have anybody else here present for any council appointments.
Okay, thank you. We can proceed.
Certainly. At this time, Madam President, we have reached a point of public comment for agenda items only. If I could have the clipboard for public comment for agenda items only, please. It's the one sitting right there.
Yes. Jorge, while you're back there, could you please open the door? Or, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam President, we have 4 individuals listed for public comment for docket items only. To the public, public comment will be 5 minutes for each individual. You may address any item on the docket or agenda, and you please do state your name and address for the record. The council is not obligated to respond to you. The first person listed is Ms. Cordelia Staten.
Good evening, the estate in 310 Gardner Avenue, to the council president and distinguished members of council. I looked over the docket, saw a few typos, but I'll let that go. One of the reasons why I'm up here, though, is to talk about the resolution for the street naming committee. I think that is such a great idea. Marge hit it right on the nose. This city is so rich with history. We have had so many individuals who have made contributions from young to old, and it's really good when you can have those kind of those displays of recognition on the street, especially for our children, because they're going to miss all this history, all the local history, of people. And this is just a great way to show your appreciation. So I hope that committee gets up and gets moving, gets the rules and regulations and the criteria they're going to need, so that their naming goes through smoothly. But it's a great idea. The other thing I wanted to make mention of is that I looked at all of these ordinances where we are selling public properties. That is so wonderful, because for a lot of times when I come to these council meetings, people are saying how hard the process is to purchase these homes, and they want to do something with them. And I see there's almost half a dozen on here, so that's a great thing. So I don't know what's making this process move quickly, but please make sure it continues. That's a great way. It encourages people to make investments in the city when they know they don't have to wait years or more for acquisitions of homes, especially those homes that are, all boarded up and they're not on the rolls, they're not doing anything but just being, bringing down bringing down communities. I'm not going to be here for the ordinances because I have to get ready to go home. But I do want to say that I looked over the one for the water rates. I know that you folks have been working hard, and you've even created some sort of ad hoc committee. I know it's not going to be easy, but I know that you all are going to work very hard and very diligent in making sure that whatever decisions are made, they will be made in the best interest, and not for just today, but going forward for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Staten.
Caitlin Fair.
Good evening, Council. Caitlin Fair, 215 South Clinton Avenue. Just a couple of brief things. Ordinance 26016, I'm really happy to see on the docket this evening. This is a huge issue that I know the city has been battling for a long time, and I have personally appeared before council previously to air my grievances about. The one thing that I will say in regards to this is that I do hope that the Department of Housing and Economic Development will put an apparatus and the staffing in place to make sure that we're actually able to implement APRA and make it so this ordinance actually has some teeth to it. That's something that has been on the books previously, but we have not had the capacity in the city to actually implement it, which makes it really kind of obsolete. And it's a really, really useful tool in dealing with this issue of dilapidated properties that are just essentially being land banked by individuals, developers, and so on. So I really do hope that the department has put some thought into how they will actually ensure that the staffing and the apparatus to implement that are in place as a consequence. The other things briefly that I wanted to touch on is 26007. I don't know what the status of the ordinance is pertaining to, or I don't even know if this actually came to be, but there were some discussions at one point about LLCs applying to purchase property and the barriers and obstacles that creates for holding those entities accountable when we have issues like the dilapidated properties. And so I just want to make sure this is something that falls within the ETC neighborhood, and we have a lot of issues there with absentee landlords and redevelopers who purchase properties and sit on them. And I do see that this is being purchased by an LLC. I did some digging to see if I could identify who actually is a person attached to this LLC. I didn't come up with anything. So I just wanted to request that that be something that continues to be considered about having an actual contact person associated with these entities that are purchasing property so that we can actually enforce the consequences and, you know, get in contact with those folks if there are issues with the properties. The last thing I'll say is I wish that Mr. Smith had stayed, but I really appreciated his presentation regarding participatory budgeting. That's something that ETC does a lot of and is the bulk of what we do with our NRTC funding. And it's a really, really powerful tool. And so I hope that the city will look into how we might be able to implement that with some of the funding that the city has and get some of our youth involved and other community members involved in the process of looking at and helping to give input on how money is being spent in the city. Thank you.
Robin Vaughn.
Hi, Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue. I wanted to speak to Ordinance 26001, the water rates increase. And I think that is essential. When I was on the council, we introduced the first water rate increase ordinance in 2020 that came after 13 years of no increases. So we all know that Trenton, we are very fortunate, like many other municipalities, that we own a municipal water system. A municipal water system is the cornerstone of redevelopment. It stabilizes and supports regionally economies, not just our own, but without Trenton Water Works, the region would suffer. And anybody who understands what a water system provides economically and fiscally knows that that's a cornerstone of redevelopment. And to even suggest that customers have any interest in that is just diabolical. I would like to see the surplus in the reserve accounts. I want the council to share how healthy they are. after the increase and what the projected funds for the surplus accounts and the reserve accounts are, and that those, particularly the surplus, which the council has full legal jurisdiction over, you can use it for anything you choose for the residents of this city. The surplus is the dividends for the taxpayers, that the burden that we carry for all departments, not just the water department. Something that the other townships, the customer townships, they don't have. And I would like to start focusing, we have a lot of external advocacy around the water department. We need to start looking internally and use your power as the board of directors of Trenton Water Works to work with the union members. Ron McMullen, who's the other one? Ramona Thomas, Debbie Parks. I don't know how she is the Mercer County chair and also the president of an international union. That's a major conflict. But at the end of the day, they need to make sure that our professional folks are well compensated. The mayor has given himself and his administration raises. You have all gotten raises. There's no way at this juncture that our professionals and workers at that water utility should not be getting raises. You should get the unions in here and get them busy amending those contracts. And we don't have to wait until the election so the mayor can get elected. Now, what I'm gonna say is to the workers of the city of Trenton, if these unions are not advocating for your raises, you need to stop paying your membership dues, period, end of story. And they need to be in these meetings advocating for that. And anybody who's not is not for Trentonians, and they're not for Trenton, and they're not for Trenton Water Works or any other of our revenue-making departments. So I would want to see that type of advocacy from each and every one of you for our water employees. And I want to see an emergency contract for that frazzle. What happened with that? Are we getting that fixed? Because this tool they claim was so catastrophically in need of remediation, and nobody is saying jack crap about it now. So where's the emergency contract to get that fixed? We don't want to see a sabotageable, a manufacturer violation around it. So we want to know where we are with that. Get our employees the raises that they deserve. And that's all I have today.
Isha Craig.
Good evening, Council. My name is Keisha Craig, and I'm here regarding the vacant property at 153 Fountain Avenue in Trenton. This is my family home. I've been trying to purchase and restore it since 2021. My goal has always been simple: to reinvest in the neighborhood and bring a long vacant property back to life. Over the last few years, I reached out multiple times to the city, including in October of 2021, but never received clear guidance or how to move forward. Only recently was I told the property is not available because it's a part of the Choice Neighborhood Plan, a designation I was never informed of while actively pursuing the property. As of today, the home remains vacant and no redevelopment has occurred. I'm not here to oppose the city's goals. I support the revitalization. I'm here asking for clarity and fairness. Specifically, I'm asking, When and by what authority this property was placed into the choice neighborhood plan. Whether that designation permanently blocks private accusations or if reconsideration is possible. And who should I work with directly to get clear, authoritative answers. I'm ready to move forward in good faith, whether that's through acquisitions or understanding why no pathway exists. I respectfully ask the council's help in getting transparency and direction so this property doesn't remain vacant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, those are all the individuals I have for public comment for docket or agenda items only. If you should wish, you to please ask for a motion to approve communications, petitions, and reports.
May I have a motion to approve communications, petitions, and reports?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. And that brings us to ordinances for second reading and public hearing.
Yes, we can proceed.
Ordinance 26-001, ordinance amending Chapter 309, Article 2, water rates and charges of Trenton Municipal Code, revising water rates for the city of Trenton and townships of Ewing, Hamilton, Hopewell, and Lawrence in accordance with NJSA 40A 3123C and NJSA 483110, providing funds for capital and operational improvements required by the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection through administrative consent orders with the city. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Feliciano.
Thank you. I just have a quick question before we go to the vote on that. On page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to say page 7. Number 26, item number 26 in the list. It says illegal connection bypass of water meter 3,500 for the 3/4 service line plus 500 for each additional incremental size. See Trenton Municipal Code at 309-5 unauthorized use of water. Ordinance 23-037, which we did back in 2023. I have presented an ordinance amending and supplementing 3098G of the code of rates and charges for illegal connection and bypass of water meters. And this was pursuant to NJSA 2C 20-8, theft of services. After going over it with our attorney, Mr. Kleckley, back then, item 10 of that ordinance says the illegal connection bypass of water meter is $2,000. See the Trenton Municipal Code, because he was saying that that was the max that we could have increased it to because of the state statute. So my question is number 26 of what they're looking to do now to move it to the 3,500, is that the same? Is that acceptable? Because we're touching the same thing.
Good evening, Sean Semple, Director of Water and Sewer. I'm not sure what the state could implement that would prevent us from going to change that allotment. We could look into that. I'm not sure what the state code says that would prevent us from doing that.
Well, we addressed it though. So I don't know, Mr. Kleckley's on the line. We have Director Bridges here. Per that, we were supposed to have, do we have the copy of this? Because we were supposed to have this on the dais for us to look at as well. because we've amended, because we have this ordinance where before we made it to 2,000, which was because of our legal guidance saying that that was the maximum per the state law. NJSA 2C 20-8, theft of services. Is it permissible now to say that they can increase this to $3,500? That's just the question. Or are we adding the $500 for each additional size? Like, we didn't get into the meter sizes back then. It was just termed as illegal connection, bypass of water meter from 600 to 2,000. See Trenton Municipal Code 309-5, unauthorized use of water.
Councilwoman, did you want Mr. Kaloji to comment to that?
I want him or Director Bridges, who looks like he's about to say something.
Yep. Thank you, Council President. If I may, I do recall when council proposed that ordinance for that theft of services, and at that time it was 2,000. I did look at this ordinance as well as our outside counsel looked at. I don't know if that's been revised to be increased or if it's in the cumulative in terms of per violation. But when we looked at it, the structure of the penalties were proper. I just don't know. I wasn't thinking about that until you just brought it up, so I haven't really sat down with the two to marry them.
So can we then?
I don't know if Mr. Kaloji, if he could hear me and also hear the question, if he's.
Yeah, if you could just say it a little louder. I'm here right now. It was all chopped up. I'm sorry.
The question essentially is the proposed ordinance for second reading has a $3,500 maximum penalty, whereas the one the council had done, I believe maybe 2 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago, the maximum penalty was 2,000. And whether or not they're in conflict with each other, if there's been a revision or.
Mr. Bridges, I'm so sorry. It's so muffled. I'm really having a hard time hearing you.
Other than, you being present via the phone, if, Mr. Kaloji, if you'd like, if you can log on, you might be able to hear the question from Mr. Bridges a little bit louder.
I would say.
I could do that.
I mean, I would say with respect to this ordinance, in terms of.
Does he just want to put it, does he just want to speak it into the phone?
You want to hear?
Yeah, that's good. There's a question, Mr. Kaloji, about the second reading of an ordinance providing penalties for illegal water connections. Council had previously passed one whereby the maximum penalty was 2,000. This one proposes 3,500. I have not looked and married the two. And I don't know if you have, or if that question was even asked of you prior to tonight.
I can tell you that the basic law is that the maximum penalty we are allowed to impose for an ordinance violation is $2,000. I didn't draft this ordinance involving the water rates unless there's a specific statute that allows this particular issue to go beyond the 2,000. That would be the only way it would be viable. And as I said, I didn't draft it, so I don't know. But the basic rule is 2,000 unless there's some other provision of law that says otherwise.
So a suggestion I have, Council President, and Mr. Kaloji, you can weigh in as well, is to include a savings clause rather, to say to the extent that any portion of this penalty is deemed not proper, that it will not stop the full force of the ordinance, and we will still have the prior ordinance. What's your position on that, Mr. Kaloji?
Yeah, I could certainly live with that.
So if it's council and council president's council wish to do a minor revision to this ordinance, simply stating to the extent that any provision of this ordinance as it relates to the penalties is deemed improper, that it will not affect the overall force of the ordinance, and the city will still remain have the still penalties clause under the ordinance that was prior passed by council. That's not the wording, but basically, if any provision is deemed inappropriate, the provision is still legal.
Councilman Feliciano, does that satisfy your inquiry?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Just so long as we did it and Kaloji confirmed it.
It's a very good question. I think that's the proper
we can
course.
just still move on. Yes.
So, Mr. Garcia, I'd like to move to an approval for the ordinance and then an approval for the amendment.
I think you need humbly, Madam President, you'll need an approval for the amendment prior to the approval of the ordinance.
And Madam President, I have a question also on that same page.
Yes, Councilman Frisbee.
So are you done? Okay. So it on same page, very top line where it says multi-unit property with 30 to 125 units. My question is there a cap that the city has on the number of units that we have? Is 125, is that the cap?
Well, from our experience, that is about the cap we've been dealing with in all the developments that we've seen so far. So we had to put that number on there so we can work from that downwards. So we don't have any experience of going any higher than that. So
The reason I ask that is just in case there are, should we have that amended to units with 30 units and above, so that we cover everything, so that we're not giving ourselves a cap, because if we find a unit that has more than 125, then that one would be excluded in that.
Okay.
So that would be, my request is that we would change that with 30 units and above on item D on that same page.
Okay.
And then I have one other question on page 3, line item 4. It says veterans or spouses of veterans who are qualified for property tax relief pursuant to NJSA, and seniors and disabled persons of surviving spouses of same who are qualified for property tax relief pursuant to NJSA 54-4-8.40 are granted a discount of 10% on consumption charges and fixed services. And it goes on to say about as long as their bills are paid for on or before their due date. My question I have with that, because I love the idea of that, I think that is really great, is will this be applied automatically, or is this something that has to be requested by the residents repeatedly? So is it each time they're paying their bill, do they have to come back and say, I am a qualified person that qualifies for this 10% discount? How does that work?
So that's been in place previously. Once they are registered with the system, it's in part of the system. It becomes automatic.
So it is automatic?
Yes,
Okay.
but once they go through the whole registration process.
Page 3, that's page 3. A4.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Feliciano.
So to Councilwoman Frisbee's point, because I know that there are certain apartment buildings, I lived in one in a development that had more than 125 units. I think, to her point, we should not limit our potential of what we can get and like pigeonhole ourselves here. So I think that we should amend that to say the multi-unit property with 30 or above, 30 units or more.
Yeah,
it would be $10,000, because we're going to pigeonhole ourselves with that. Okay. So if that's all right with the council, it should be with 30 or more units.
My suggestion was with 30 units and above.
Okay.
So that's all I thought that should say, so that we are inclusive of everyone.
Right.
And not capping ourselves.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilwoman Feliciano. Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yeah.
I see no more questions. Mr. Garcia, I would like to move to a vote on the approval of those amendments at this time.
Certainly. Just, I guess I'll defer to the attorney, the solicitor. Can we frame those amendments, and then I'll ask for a motion?
The amendment with respect to the savings clause is in the section deemed penalties. That any portion of this provision is deemed improper, that it does not affect the enforcement of the ordinance.
Thank you.
We have to limit it to just that one and not the overall ordinance, because that would be too material to make.
Council President?
So wait,
it has to be specific to that provision.
To that provision.
Wait,
Yes,
Director
understood.
Bridges, so it's in, sorry. It's under Schedule G, miscellaneous charges for all users. They're both under there, and this would be Section 19, letter D, as well as Section 26. Council Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to ask if we could kindly have the clerk, once all the edits are made, to send all of council a final copy of this ordinance. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'll circulate that.
Thank you. Director Bridges, did you get that? Those two? Again, Section G, miscellaneous charges for all users. And this was number 19 point D and number 26.
I was hoping the clerk was taking it because he
Yes.
I got it here, section 19D, section 26. I also have an item D, 30 units and above. Page 3, line 4, seniors, senior discount, 10% of consumption charges applied, well, that's applied automatically.
That's not
We found
changing.
that out, sorry.
Yeah, that remains.
I was reading down the line, my apologies. And yeah, I believe we stopped at the 30 units or more.
It was at 30 units and more, and then number 26, expressing.
Oh, yeah, that's, well,
It's
same.
30 units and above.
30 units and above.
Yes,
Mhm.
thank you.
Okay. So with those being said then, Madam President, if the amendments are surmised to your liking, would you ask for a motion to approve that, would somebody motion that amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. For the amendments, ordinance 01. Councilwoman Edwards?
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison? Oop. Vice President Williams?
Yes.
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg?
Yes.
Motion carried. And with that being said, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve ordinance 26-001.
Maybe have a motion to approve 26-001 with the amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. Ordinance 26-002, an ordinance authorizing the execution of a management agreement between the City of Trenton and the Rescue Mission of Trenton for the management, monitoring, and maintenance of Southern Park and surrounding vacant spaces. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Come on up. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 5 minutes.
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant. I spoke about this particular ordinance on its first reading. I don't know whether or not any research was done or any investigation by the administration on it, but a shared service agreement or a management agreement with a nonprofit organization is, by state statute, is unlawful. So I don't know what's going on here with the rescue mission and giving city property to them. They're a nonprofit organization. We give them grant money. How is it that they are getting property with no type of obligation, except for they're going to maintain it? Maintain it how? With our taxpayer dollars that we give them anyways? They get grant money up the wazoo. I mean, what is going on here? So I just want some type of accountability here, a shared service agreement. I hope that the business administrator or our monitor at DCA needs to address this, because shared services agreement is only done between municipality to municipality, government to government, city to county, county to state, vice versa, not with a nonprofit organization. And that's all I'm gonna say, but keep being unlawful.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Director Bridges, I did ask this question after Ms. Vaughn proposed it in the last council session. Can you kind of reprise us of your response about this specific ordinance?
The specifics are, the actual facts are, we're not giving land away to anybody. It is a long-term lease. The shared services portion of it is involving both both the city and the county. And not only have I looked at it as a law director standpoint, we've had outside counsel look at it, as has the County of Mercer, as has the rescue mission. So just to put any misnomers to bed, this is not something we're giving any land away. We are entering into long-term lease. We are going to beautify it, rectify it, remediate it, and there's also some added benefits that I can't talk about now because they're in the works, but could also help the city as it relates to some certain open space opportunities. So we're not giving land away. We're entering into shared services with another government entity to do this work, and it's going to be a really nice project when it's done.
Thank you, Director Bridges. B.A. Richardson, do you have any information to provide with regard to this ordinance?
Maria Richardson, Business Administrator. Thank you, Council President. Basically, we have been having some conversations with the Rescue Mission and other groups. This is a management agreement, rather. And we are basically giving them the ability to manage that open space there for park, to build and maintain a park. If we don't do this, they will not have the ability to raise the money. They have to have the use of that open space for about 15, 20 years in order for organizations to grant money to them to build a park. But it will continue to be a city-owned property. They will only maintain it.
Thank you. So again, it's not a sale of property. It is management, monitoring, and maintenance of the property for use.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I may piggyback on B.A. Richardson, our taxpayers will not be paying for the maintenance. That's why it's a maintenance agreement. The rescue mission will be doing that.
Thank you.
Council President.
Feliciano.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Never mind. It says on here management agreement. It doesn't say shared services agreement. Thank you.
Councilman Edwards.
I'm sorry, I left my mic on. I was only going to say the same thing Councilwoman Feliciano said, that this is not a shared service agreement, it's a management agreement. And it's clearly written here. So I'm still in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to remind, in case anyone doesn't know, that this park will be the Harlan Joseph Peace Park. It's going to be named after a great Trentonian who unfortunately lost his life during the 1968 riot as he was a divinity student, and he ran all the way from Carroll Street to downtown to help quell the violence. And it's a park that will have many uses, as Director Bridges mentioned. It'll be beautiful, but also will serve the community in a lot of great ways.
Thank you, Council Vice President, for sharing that story again. Mr. Garcia, we could proceed.
Certainly. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Madam President.
Yes, Council.
I just want to say I am excited about this management agreement that we're going to be doing with the rescue mission. It's going to give a better quality of life for us, many of our residents who have fell on hard times, and otherwise the space would be dormant. So I am glad that we're going to be doing something very productive with it, and I am glad for this agreement. I hope we have more like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Garcia, we could proceed.
Certainly. Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. On to ordinance 26-003, ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 14 of the Code of the City of Trenton, traffic as it applies to parking restrictions for vans and trucks in residential areas. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time?
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant. Having businesses to be able to park their commercial vehicles in front of their business 24/7, that's what it says, 24/7, right? I just want to know, how is that going to be enforced? Are there going to be parking permits established with the chief of transportation? I don't know if it's Anthony Santora. Is it going to be, what does that look like? Are they going to have like handicap type signs that designate that's their parking space? Like, how is that going to be enforced? But I don't think this ordinance is a good one. It doesn't prioritize the residents. The business owners most likely do not live in Trenton. Residents should not have to compete with business owners off business hours, on weekends, and et cetera. For them to say 24/7 just means that they can't park their vehicle in their town and in their city, and they want to come into Trenton and leave their business vehicles on our streets and devalue our property and appearance of our residential and business areas. So 24/7, go to any municipality, whether it's Philadelphia, New York. Actually, deliveries in New York City, deliveries are only on certain days. I believe it's Mondays and or Thursdays. So the fact that they need 24/7 carte blanche to park in front of their businesses, that is absurd. So I have a business across the street from my home, and I have complained sometimes that they have left commercial vehicles. They've been, very, cooperative. But nobody should come out after their business is closed, business hours. That's all they need. 24/7, go in their communities. I bet you they can't do it. I bet you their council would not even think of passing such a law or favor. Go to Princeton and try to park on Nassau Street in front of one of those business 24/7, or give them a permit or a reserved parking space. Go to Mill Hill and see if that will happen. And which communities are going to be zoned for this nonsense? So I don't know who came up with that. Clearly somebody who's real slow, because that is absurd. Let me see a commercial vehicle parked out in front of my house and that store is closed. Business hours, I could see granting that during business hours, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., like any normal city that has common sense laws and ordinance. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. There were questions about this ordinance in the last meeting, and specific to if it would apply to all businesses and if it was zoned to which businesses that this would apply to. This is a loading zone, and it is, I believe, 1 or 2 vehicles max. I'm not sure on that clarity. I know there were questions. Is anybody here to speak to this ordinance, just to answer those quick questions for us? I know this is second reading. Anybody, Public Works? Thank you, Ms. Moya.
Council President,
That's good.
Anthony Santora would be the appropriate person to answer questions, and he is not here. I don't feel comfortable answering any questions
Okay.
about that ordinance.
Okay, thank you, B. I mean, this is second reading. There were questions asked in docket review, and I know council colleagues had a chance to answer their questions in first reading. At this time, does any of my council colleagues have any additional questions to this ordinance? Councilwoman Frisbee.
So, Madam President, this is something without the conversation, all that came on insultingly any prior, is something that I actually do have concerns about. We're trying to get trucks, vans, commercial vehicles off our streets. And aesthetically, I don't want them. I don't want them sitting in front of my house. I don't want them sitting in front of my neighbor's house. I don't want them sitting in front of anywhere. I think they should have their own place that they are designated to be in. So I question this. I understand where it came from, and we do want to support business, but I do not agree that we should have commercial vehicles that are staying on our streets overnight. We definitely should have them. They should have a place. It's like we all have a place for our vehicles. I believe that commercial vehicles should have their own place as well, and especially 1 to 2 spaces. Our city is really tight for parking as it is, and so I really do not think that this is something that works to our residents who pay our taxes here. I do not believe that this works to our benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I wanted to speak to that because those were my questions. I'm looking for my docket review questions that I had. But from what I understand, this will only be allowed for certain businesses and in front of the business. There is another ordinance that's coming before us this evening for first reading that does seek to keep commercial vehicles from 19 feet and above off of our residential streets from, I believe, 8 p.m. to 6 in the morning. So that is something that is being presented later. This is something specific for the businesses, for them to just park at their businesses in their, I guess, their coded zoning areas. So does anybody else have any other questions?
Council President.
Councilman Feliciano.
So it says that the businesses are in residential areas. I'm reading the memo, right? Businesses in the city in residential areas. And then you have another that's coming up saying that it can't be but a certain feet from the thing.
Okay.
Within that time.
Go ahead.
Tap me in.
Tap in.
I think there's it's apparently a lot of questions with respect to this.
Yes,
So
I
if
wanna
it's
say
Council
that.
President, with your permission, I'd like to pull this to allow these questions to be answered because it seems like we have several. And
Thank you.
I think
Thank
it's the
you.
best course
Yeah.
of action.
Yeah, again, this is second reading. So yes, we can certainly pull this.
Ordinance is pulled. On to 26-004, ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 14 of the Code of the City of Trenton, traffic as it applies to Mulberry Street. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams. And Council President Figueroa Kettner.
Yes.
Motion carried. Ordinance 26-007. Ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 396 to 398 North Clinton Avenue and 28 East Byrne Avenue, and identified on the city tax maps, Block 21403, lots 22 and 23, Block 21501, Lot 19, pursuant to NJSA 40A1213C to 713 Whitaker LLC for the sale price of $23,000. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, who's the second?
Gonzalez.
Thank you. Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna abstain from this one. Thank you.
Noted. Councilwoman Frisbee.
I have a question before I give my response. And my question is, because we've had so many properties that we have not voted on because of the lot size, that they're being able to build and all the rest of that. We now have this lot where some of them are standing buildings, some of them, it is a lot, and there are other two pieces have buildings on them. Does this mean that all those other properties that we blocked, those that we pulled, those that have been brought before us or that were presented prior to us putting a hold on things, are those going to be grandfathered in? Because I want to make sure that we're fair with everybody and that we're not just saying yes to one, because one of the lots we're giving $4,000. So I would like to make sure that if we're going to start voting on these again, that we need to make sure that this is going to be for everyone, and for those that went before us, are those also going to be given the same leniency, the same respect? I think that's my question.
Is there somebody from the administration that would like to answer to her question?
Mm-mm.
Do you want to do?
Director Bridges?
Yes.
It is, yeah, we're in the middle of a vote.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to, I don't even need an answer. My motion is, my answer is no.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Saying?
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
No.
Motion failed. Ordinance 26-008, an ordinance amending ordinance 25-138, which amended Chapter 2, Article 3, Section 2 through 7, entitled Boards, Bodies, and Commissions, and repealing and replacing Chapter 2, Article, and I'm so sorry, this is 14, Section 71, entitled, is that right? Section 71? Thank you. Entitled Landmarks Commission for Historic Preservation, and Chapter 315, Article 15, entitled Historic District Regulations of the Code of the City of Trenton. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this ordinance at this time? Seeing none, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Roll call, Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. On to resolutions. Resolutions, Madam President, are there any resolutions this evening that you wish to pull for either a roll call vote or for questions?
Council President.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Councilman Feliciano.
26034, 35, 36, 40.
36 is has been pulled by administration, just to let you know, CP and Councilwoman.
Councilman Feliciano, what was the one after 35?
34, 35, 40.
40. Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
26046, and then 26028.
Okay, 1 second.
Sorry, that was the first one.
047. Okay.
Madam President.
Yes, Councilman Frisbee.
26029, 26032, 26035, and that's it.
Okay, Councilwoman Edwards.
Sorry, I just forgot to turn my light off.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and proceed, starting with Councilwoman Gonzalez, 26028.
Yes, I had a quick question with this. Just to make sure, I could, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought in one of our emails with attorneys and legal that we weren't allowed to kind of do the negotiating for MOUs. So I just want to double check to make sure that that's,
Council President, if I may?
yes.
Yeah, I did request of the clerk that this not be placed on the agenda for the reasons that were articulated in the email you received in terms of, I just don't think it's proper for council to be at the negotiating table and then conflict yourself out in terms of voting. That's really an administrative function. And I believe Mr. Kaloji put in writing to council his interpretation of that. So I did ask for it not to be on, but I was told that council desired a discussion in that regard. So
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. I thought I saw that, so I just wanted to make sure.
I did not sign it.
We could roll call this one for me.
Director Bridges, I just want to hear from Mr. Kaloji. I did not hear from Mr. Kaloji directly that he recommended this not be on the docket.
I think that's a good suggestion. Mr. Kaloji, if you understand the question, you can give him your interpretation of the statute of this.
It was done clearly recognizing the power of the mayor to negotiate all agreements on behalf of the municipality. It was in no way intended to be an encroachment onto the mayor or the administrative aspects powers. It was designed to kind of create a dialogue between the council and the administration so that all of the issues that the council has repeatedly brought up over the years regarding the MOU would be communicated to the administration for further communication to the DCA or whoever they're negotiating with. So this was not intended, in any way to be a usurpation of anyone's powers. If you want to pull it, we can pull it, and Mr. Bridges and I can see if we can work out some more acceptable language by the next meeting. That's certainly one option.
Council President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. So the intention of this ad hoc committee, I see in the title, and Mr. Kaloji had crafted it and put negotiation in it. I asked for this because I have questions, and I know that there's other council members that have questions about how we're getting to certain points with the DCA, with this MOU. No one wants to tell the administration how to do what it is that they do, but we do deserve to have clarity on what it is you want us to vote on at the end of the day when you present this MOU to us and we just say yes. It appears to me, in my humble opinion, that many times the administration will just go ahead and say yes to what DCA says because they're I don't know if they're nervous about pushing back or we need the money so bad. And yeah, we do need the money. But there's certain things now that have been brought to light that I have an issue with. We can't give out turkeys to the people in the street. This ain't Princeton or Lawrence or Hamilton. We can't have programming for the children, summer food for the kids. How is it that DCA can come and impose such things and the city will turn around and say, okay, yes, just give us the money? Then who's really fighting for Trenton? So I ask that we have this committee to sit and talk with the administration to go through the MOU so that we can ask questions about, hey, when you go to the table, can you ask them this? Because then what's going to happen is if we don't, when it comes before us for a vote this time, then I'm going to ask every single question here on this dais, and I'm hopeful that someone will have an answer. Enough is enough. We've been through this long enough. We're not green anymore. Right? We're not green anymore. And we have a right as the legislative body to ask the questions that we want to know before we just come and you throw a document in front of us and we just say yes. That is why I'm asking for this committee. I'm not negotiating anything. We're asking for clarity and understanding. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Council President,
Yes.
may I clarify something? I just need to clarify that I have not received any indication from DCA that they are opposing for us to run or implement any programs directed to children or any programs related to the summer food service program. Summer food service program is a a standing program that it's paid for the state's paid from the Department of Agriculture, the Federal Department of Agriculture through the State Department of Agriculture, and DCA has not made any indications that they would like us to limit that. The indications that I received from DCA were pertaining to certain expenditures for food, but nothing to do with the summer food service program. I just want to clear that.
Council President?
Councilman Feliciano.
Thank you, VA Richardson.
Sure.
So we just had a last minute Black History Month flag raising that was put together. Why was the delay?
What was the delay? I don't know what you're talking about any delays.
Have any other programs been scheduled for the rest of the year, recreational for the city? Do we have, are we gonna do what we did? Is there an issue? Wasn't there issues with Halloween? We couldn't do things, we can't give out stuff, we can't. All I'm saying is respectfully to you, B.A. Richardson, we deserve to sit and have a conversation. We deserve to have the conversation. No one is challenging what it is that you all have to do and what you're faced to do to get what you need to help our city. But I can't sit back and not ask the questions that need to be asked now that I'm understanding exactly how much DCA is encroaching on us with certain things, and do it in clear conscience. I'm hopeful that y'all are asking the questions that need to be asked, but I want you to ask our questions.
I understand your concerns, Councilwoman Feliciano. I just wanted to clear the record, as of some information that was not accurate.
I just took that because I'm like, if they cutting out the programming and we can't have anything, then it's going to be that as well. I know that they have put restrictions on certain things about food because there was an issue with the Halloween thing and other programs that were happening where people were looking for things and they were like, no, this is how we function. This is what we do. Some of these kids don't even leave the city of Trenton. Like, I just feel like we deserve a seat at the table beforehand so that we can just have a conversation. We're not trying to tell you how to do it. We just want to go line by line with you and just ask certain questions for you to ask DCA when y'all go and negotiate. You do that. We just want to put our questions first with you rather than, because like I said, when you come back this time, then y'all gonna have to answer. And then it's not gonna be, well, let me check with DCA. Like, I don't want to hear that, respectfully.
Noted.
Yeah, Council President, if I may also, I agree with Councilwoman Crystal Feliciano. However, again, as to Mr. Kaloji's point, I think this should be taken back and reworked because if you just look at the plain title of it, you need to have answers to all those questions. But it said to work with the administration to negotiate the memorandum of understanding with. It's speaking about directly negotiating with DCA, which cannot happen. So I think with some minor revisions, I agree with all of your points, but you cannot negotiate with DCA, just reading the plain language of the resolution.
Right.
So with some minor tweaks, I think it could definitely be a win-win and something that I think we all can agree on. But what we can't agree on is this body nor any members of this body can negotiate, quote, with the Division of Local Government Services.
Council President.
Tweaks.
Councilman Feliciano.
Thank you for that, Director Bridges. As I said, when Kaloji put it together, he put the wording in about the negotiation, right? So we just need to tweak that part. I don't want to negotiate anything. We want an ad hoc committee so that we can work with the administration in discussion of the memorandum of understanding that is being given by the DCA. Can we just amend it real quick right now?
So can I just say real quick?
Yeah,
I
Councilman Frizzy.
Thank you. It just, if it's just like two words. A resolution creating an ad hoc committee to work with the administration who negotiates a new memorandum of understanding with Division of Local Government Services. Would that work?
Who negotiates, yeah.
Right, who, not yes. Take out the word in and put who, and then instead of negotiating with, negotiates.
Can you say that again? I didn't get that.
So, and a resolution creating an ad hoc committee to work with the administration who negotiates a new memorandum of understanding with the Division of Local Government Services. This is the administration who negotiates.
Mr. Kaloji, does that sound sufficient to you?
Mr. Kaloji?
Sorry. Could you repeat the question, Ms. Garcia?
Yeah, the third whereas is what, yeah, I was going to get to that. Mr. Kaloji, Councilwoman Frisbee is proposing that the resolution title be changed to a resolution creating an ad hoc committee to work with the administration who negotiates a new memorandum of understanding with the Division of Local Government Services, rather than it saying to work with the administration in negotiating.
Yeah, I would change the verbiage to indicate that it's an ad hoc committee for the purpose of working with the administration prior to its negotiations with the DCA. This way it makes it abundantly clear that we're only sitting down with the mayor and administration, and we are not part of the actual negotiation process that might offend the Faulkner Act.
Correct. Yeah, Councilwoman Feliciano is simply asking to have a voice at the table. In the third whereas, well, do we need to make any amendments to that where it says, whereas the city council has determined it to be in the best interest of the city to work with the administration in attempting to negotiate and effectuate certain revisions to said MOU on issues relating to hiring, discipline, contract negotiations, public contracting, and general oversight.
Council President, can't we just strike that whereas altogether? Can't we just leave it as relative to the municipal operations period? Now therefore be it resolved. Can't we just strike that third whereas? Sure. And then that eliminates, because we're gonna talk about whatever we're gonna talk about.
Right.
Director Bridges or Mr. Kaloji, does that work for y'all?
My preference would be to have to sit down and look at this and to revise it in its entirety and not do now. I'm concerned about the verbiage. I'm concerned about the various functions of the administration. I'd like to have a conversation with Mr. Kaloji about it. Obviously, you can defer to your council's opinion on this. But at this juncture, I'm not going to be signing until I have a little bit more robust conversation with him and do some research myself on it.
Council President?
Council,
And also
Council Vice
Councilman
President.
Gonzalez had some, okay. I don't want to speak certainly for Councilwoman Feliciano, but I am curious if it might help to clearly lay out, if it's so, that the ad hoc committee would be acting in an advisory capacity rather than a regulatory capacity, or that could be intuned as such, so it makes it clear at the very beginning and that this is, hey, we have questions, just like you're saying. Let's get some answers to these questions, and we're only advising you, we're not telling you what to do.
Council President, can I answer that real quick?
Yeah, Councilwoman Feliciano.
So I get where you're coming from, Council Vice President Williams. I mean, however we need to word it, right? We're just sitting to have the questions that we have to be answered so we can just go line by line with the administration about this. I don't think we need to draw this out. I don't think we need to circle around it. I just think that I'm good with it if you say in an advisory capacity. I mean, we can strike the third whereas and call it a day. And I know that there's some members that are against this from the administrative side, but we need to do this. We have a right to ask the questions. And I just say that we amend it and strike the third whereas.
Madam
Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you. I agree with all what was said. I too have, in my crusade to implement ad hoc committees to get us more, involved with these day-to-day things to an extent, have asked my questions about this as well. And I too got the same answers that Councilwoman Gonzalez had, that the negotiating of the contracts is strictly the administration's role, the mayor's role, as per the Faulkner Act. We understand that. I am in support of a version of this that makes sense legality-wise, that serves as sort of an advisory or a recommendation to the administration. And and I don't even think we need to strike out completely the third whereas. If we can say something along the lines as Whereas the city council has determined it to be in the best interest of the city to work with the administration in an advisory capacity to review the MOU prior to their attempt to negotiate and effectuate certain revisions to said MOU, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's fair. It doesn't encroach or overstep our capacity as the legislative body of the capital city, but it provides oversight of the administration, which directly states in the Faulkner Act is our role here as council. So I am not in favor of just letting this die because someone doesn't like this happening and feels as though their authority is being challenged, because that's not what this is. We need efficiency with our city, and this MOU dictates how this city is ran day to day, including having the Halloween festival and providing food, including the block parties that the administration is doing and providing food. We're prohibited as a city from doing a lot of things as stated in this MOU. So I do believe, to Councilwoman Feliciano's point, that this is a vital ad hoc committee that would be essential in correcting the things that's stopping us from having a good quality of life here at the very basic level in the capital city. So let's get this done.
Yeah.
And let's stop the excuses. Let's stop dancing around because people feel threatened. And let's make sure we work together to make sure this city is operating efficiently. Thank you.
Council President, if I jump in very briefly.
Yeah, Director.
Allow me to be clear. This is not something where anyone, not any council member, not any member of the administration said they're in opposition of Councilwoman's inquiries and getting information. Quite the contrary. This is simply a matter of, number one, the applicable Faulkner Act, and two, as I said, reading the plain language of the resolution, my concern was if a council member were negotiating at the table, that council member would be barred from voting on it, those two ad hoc committees. So that was for council's protection, not for anyone's desire to crash this or not for any one's desire to make it more difficult to get answers to those very important questions. However, now that we've beat this dead horse, I've had enough time to look at the language, and something that I would be comfortable in revising it to allow it to go forward on the third whereas would be, whereas the city council has determined it to be in the best interest of the city to, and I quote what I wrote down, meet and confer with the administration prior to negotiation of said MOU on issues relating to hiring, firing, negotiating public contracts, general oversight. To Mr. Kaloji's point, that will give council some warm, cozy feeling that their concerns, rightful concerns, and everything Councilwoman Crystal Feliciano said, we often share in those difficult conversations, but you'll have some confidence that you'll be heard and that your concerns will be heard when the negotiations start with DCA. So if that's council's will, I could propose that amendment again, and we can go forward and vote on this one.
Anybody have, Councilwoman Edwards, you had something else?
I was just thinking along the times of legality, right? If there are things that prohibit us legally, if these things can be proven that we cannot vote because there's some sort of conflict of interest because we are involved in the contract negotiations, I would suggest that we still move forward with a variation of this ad hoc committee, even if it's just three of us. And we meet and comb through with Mr. Kaloji, our attorney, and we can provide a list of recommendations to the administration so that way that we have a degree of separation and we're not involved in the contract directly. So I just wanted to put that alternative out there if it comes out that these things are prohibiting us.
I think the two marry each other well, as I said, with the revision in the second whereas to meet and confer with the administration prior to the negotiation of the MOU. I think that is protecting this council sufficiently so that you will not have any conflicts or anything of the sort. It will allow you to do the process that you just articulated in conjunction with Mr. Kaloji, and everything can, I believe, move forward properly and legally. And with those revisions, I would be able to sign it as to a form of legality.
Yeah.
Council President.
Councilman Feliciano.
I'm sorry. So just for clarity's sake, can Mr. Garcia read the amended title and then the amended third whereas, just so we can have clear understanding of the verbiage so that we can vote on the amendment and then vote on the resolution itself.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Certainly, once those amendments were written down and the title is written.
Yeah, Mr. Bridges.
Go ahead.
Can you?
If you could read the
it
full
as it-
resolution into
as
the
it
record.
should read, yeah.
As amended, it will read a resolution creating an ad hoc committee to meet and confer with the administration prior to the negotiation of the memorandum of understanding with the Division of Local Government Services. In parens MOU.
Okay, that's the title, Mr. Bridges. What
That
about the
is
third
that is-
whereas?
That is the title as amended.
Yeah.
In the third whereas, it is amended to read, whereas the city council has determined it to be in the best interest of the city to meet and confer with the administration prior to negotiation of said MOU on issues relating to hiring, discipline, contract negotiation, public contracting, and general oversight.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any concerns with those amendments? Councilwoman Frisbee?
Just for oral clarity, where you, in the whereas, you said for the city council to meet and confer with the administration prior to meeting with, whereas the administration meets, so that we're all clear that it's not, do you understand what I'm saying? Read your whereas again. Whereas, right, so whereas the city council has determined, read it one more time and I'll stop you right where I need it. Yes, sir.
Whereas the city council has determined it to be in the best interest of the city to meet and confer with the administration prior to negotiating.
Stop. Prior to the administration,
Okay, we can add it to prior to
Right.
the administration.
There you go.
Negotiating the MOU on issues relating to and continuing to the end of that sentence.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Is everybody else comfortable with this moving forward? I don't want to keep going back and forth. And I mean, if anybody else is not comfortable, I'm going to ask that we, so is everybody comfortable?
I was going to say, like, Council President.
Yes. Councilman.
So, I just because of the I just feel like it's kind of being rushed. And I know that Director Bridges has just kind of reworded I'm not opposed of the idea. I understand the idea. I understand why this is presented to us, but I just also feel like it's kind of like we have to do it tonight, and I don't feel comfortable doing that. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I mean, I just feel like it's semantics at this point when it comes to this. Like, we understand what the goal is, and it's just kind of getting the wording. So I appreciate your sentiments.
Council
Anybody else?
President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
So to Councilwoman Gonzalez's point, it's not being rushed. Certain things we can do on site and with the amendments, and certain things we can't. They're gonna get the MOU and it's gonna come before us soon. And so that is why I'm like, we can move. We have emailed this back and forth where this could have been rectified even before tonight from the administration. Now we're here and now we're seeing this. It was discussed and recommended by our legal counsel that it would be something that is okay to do. It is all right for us to move and do this and ask the questions. I believe that we need to go ahead and get this done so that we are up and the committee can move to meet with the administration to go through. So this way we can pose what it is that we want to know and just get the ball rolling on it. So that is, respectfully my opinion on this. We're not rushing this. This is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we can move forward with these amendments.
Council President.
As they are, Vice President Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. I just have a quick question. With this, and I'm supportive of this, would DCA have any qualms about this process or a change in way of doing business? And I would ask that for Mr. Bridges and B.A. Richardson. I'd just like to get their perspective.
No, I think it would have been a concern prior to the amendment, but now with the amendments, I mean, again, that's another issue. It just was over too many lines crossing that shouldn't. With the amendments, making it clear it's meet and confer, it's keeping the lines of communication open, getting your request to issues that you have in terms of asks or interpretation of it to be able to meet and confer with the administration. I believe that this would be a perfectly fine document and one that no one would question, including DCA. It's basically sharing information, which, quite frankly, we do anyway. So it just really memorializes it, but it again confirms that you guys want some stuff heard before those negotiations happen, which is fine as amended.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kaloji. I mean, for clearing that up. Like I had not heard prior to this that, you were not in favor of this. So thank you so much for clearing that up with us. I'd like to proceed at this time.
Okay, Madam President, if that's the case, then you're going to want to ask for a motion, or you're going to want, somebody's going to want a motion to amend the resolution as recited by Mr. Bridges.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend the resolution 26028 to have Director Bridges propose to us tonight.
Second.
Motion second, call the roll. Councilwoman Edwards. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried to amend. And Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve with the amendments?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vice President Williams.
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay. Councilwoman Feliciano, 26029.
I have 46.
Oh, I'm sorry.
CB.
Oh, wait, you had.
46.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but it's just something really quick. One, I'm definitely in support of this. But I know I've been going back and forth also with legal about ICE agents being able to use masks and all of that thing. So I wanted to see if we could amend it to include that, or should that be something totally separate?
Council President?
Yes.
046.
So Councilwoman Gonzalez, that should be its own separate thing. And actually, Mr. Kaloji helped draft this. And so this is simply to have, exactly, ma'am, have council on record, and then also calling on the legislature to pass legislation which would help municipalities be able to keep out ICE detention centers.
Gotcha. I'm all for it. I just wanted to see if that would be something totally different. So consent, CP, for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Edwards.
Sorry,
this is 046.
Thank you. My mic just started working out of nowhere. I just had a question. Is this a typo in the title, a resolution opposing the citing of, or should it say sitting of?
That is, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
I would, if I might, if Mr. Kaloji can answer it, I believe I could see where both ways it could be, but I believe that is the legalistic way to say this for actual placing of a location, whether it is by creating a property or leasing a property. Without Mr. Kaloji, if he can answer that for us.
Yes, thank you, because I was concerned about the spelling.
Citing. We looked it up and confirmed it. Yeah, it's citing.
Okay.
It's SIT. We looked it up.
Yes. It is a site of someplace, not citing, not repeating or, quoting.
Okay.
It's as in the situating of a something location.
Councilman Edwards, you satisfied?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Frisbee, you have questions 046?
Does it go?
Okay.
Is it running right here? Because, Madam President?
Yes.
One more thing, because this is what's causing the confusion for me. And the title is saying with one T, which I understand, situated, citing, and then in the first whereas it says sitting, as in SITTING.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure on which word we're going with here, and it's saying that as is alternating throughout the document. In the title, it has one T. The first whereas it has two T's. And in the fourth whereas, the first further resolved has one T, So I'm very confused on which word we should be using.
It should be the 1T. If there is a place where the
Yes.
2Ts are still present, we'll make sure the original has
So
the
the
1T.
Yes, the first whereas and the now therefore it be resolved has 2 T's.
First whereas
Yes.
and the now. Got it.
Thank you. That was my confusion. I'm like, wait, which one is what does this word mean?
I'm not gonna lie, we were
makes
looking
sense.
too for a bit.
Thank you. Council Vice President Williams.
Yes, ma'am. I was just curious if we may have asked Mr. Garcia to read this resolution into the record. If not, in due of time, I understand.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary at this time, but go ahead. Mr. Garcia, can you please read this in the record?
Certainly, if I could have 046, thank you. Oh, we got it here. Resolution opposing the citing of any federal immigration detention facilities within the city of Trenton. Whereas there have been indications that the federal government is desirous of citing additional federal immigration detention facilities within the state of New Jersey. And whereas in light of nationwide controversies surrounding federal immigration practices, such facilities are inimical to the public good and only serve to further inflame dissension among our immigrant population, in addition to posing a potential threat to safety of all residents. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that it goes on record as vigorously opposing the consideration or citing of any such facilities within or near the City of Trenton for the reasons aforesaid, and it is further resolved that the New Jersey Legislature is hereby urged to pass any necessary legislation to preclude the citing of such facilities within highly populated areas, including cities such as the city of Trenton. And it is further resolved that a conformed copy of this resolution be forwarded by the city clerk to the governor of the state of New Jersey, the Senate president of the state of New Jersey, the speaker of the New Jersey Assembly, and all members of the New Jersey Senate and New Jersey Assembly representing the city of Trenton. And it is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to law.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay, consent?
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's proceed.
Moving on.
So 26029 was in fact one of them. Councilwoman Frisbee.
So I just had a question about how did we get to the members? I love the idea of this committee, but I just want to know, how did we get to these individuals that were selected?
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. So back when we had presented, and I had presented the street renaming after talking to Anthony Santora, they talked about we put in there when we voted that it would be someone from each ward and everything like that. Because of the fact that there were questions, I guess, or at one time they were talking about dissolving the ethics committee, which we had already appointed these people and had them come in and said that they would do it. Not to have them not be able to do anything, it was offered to say, do you want to do that, right? And then there was a question about the parking authority. There was questions about things, and so that's how it came to that. When it came to the South Ward and it came to the East Ward, when we looked back at it and went over it, there were 2 vacancies that were open, and so the council members in that respective area were sent emails asking if they had someone that they wanted to put for that area, because the other one was taken with Winston, who was from the West, Marge, who was from the North. And so then when I saw Donna, we had a conversation, and she was saying about her wanting to be involved in something with the city and doing something. I said, well, submit an email and just say that you're interested. You live in the East. And she said yes. And so because she submitted the email in the East, then she was selected that way. And I guess Mr. Livingston from the South was selected that way.
And he was on the prior committee that was dissolved. That's what you're saying, the ethics committee.
So there was a question about them doing away with the city ethics and folding it into the state. And because it looked like it was moving in that direction, it was like, well, we just can't just leave these people hanging out there. They're like calling, saying, y'all not calling us in for nothing. What are you doing? Erica Presley was asked as well, but she declined being on the street renaming committee. She said she wasn't interested in doing that. So those people were asked, and that's how that went.
Okay, so these individuals actually
Were a part of
requested
something else.
requested to be a part of something. That's
Yes.
what I'm trying to
Yes.
get to. Did we go and select them, or did they
No.
come and ask us? Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Consent.
Thank you. 26032, is that Frisbee or Feliciano? Sorry.
That's me.
Okay, Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you. 32. Oh, this was just a curiosity. I on the back of page 4. I was really curious as to why there's 100% on line 6 and there's nothing there. Was that just an error? Was it a typo for the percentage? And then 90% for the Sockler Realty Services Group. That's really my only question about that. Is that a typo? Was there supposed to be something there?
Which page are you?
On the back of page 4. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4. The back of page 4. You'll see 1 through 9, and it's line 6.
Resolution 032?
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's making this 730. But that's not adding up to here.
What is the resolution number?
That's resolution 26-032. Oh, that makes sense. 78. So it is the totals, I guess. So the word total
Yes.
should have been there. That's what I'm missing. I'm drawing a blank here. Okay, so that's what. So it should have just been the totals.
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Council Vice President.
Yes, Councilwoman Feliciano.
So, but even in looking at that, the total is incorrect because 70 plus 30 is 100 plus 10 is 110. So that first year column, it's not 100%, it's 110%. So
But then also, should line 6 say totals? It's on the back of page. Look.
So you're talking about the scoring sheet?
Yes, ma'am. It was driving me nuts. I'm a numbers person. I'm sorry. It wasn't adding up. And then there was no line there. I'm like, was there something that was supposed to be there that they got 100%, they got 90%? And if it's totals, if you would just put totals there, and then again, then column B has to add up to. It's
Got you.
Gracias. I'm just saying.
I was totally lost.
It's this little brain. Numbers matter for me, and so so that was it. Column B was not adding up to 100. It's more than 100. C is 90. 70, 80. Yes, 90, 7, 8. No, it's not 70. It is not. It's 100. See. That my brain was doing that right. So column C says 90%, but it's really 100%. So, and if that is supposed to be the total line, can we put the word total on line 6?
Yes, we can do that.
And adjust the numbers.
This is actually when usually the departments prepare the scoring sheets, and we are working on having it more uniform. So purchasing and moving forward, it's going to prepare the scoring sheet based on 100%, not in 110 points like this one, because it tends to be confusing. So
yes, and if you just put that little word.
luckily for
right over
this
here.
case, it's only they are scoring just one vendor, so it really would not make much of a difference. But it would make a difference if there were more than one vendor.
Thank you. Gracias.
Yes. Thanks.
So that was 26034?
Yes, 26032.
032. Okay, we're still, okay.
Consent.
Consent, thank you. All right. 26034, Feliciano?
Thank you. Just a quick question. It says that on the memo, attached please find a resolution, tax collector to produce and execute installment payment agreements at her discretion. So what does that mean, at her discretion?
Yes, basically, this is one of those statutory entitlements, I would say, but it has to be by resolution. The tax collector, upon this resolution, will be able to negotiate planned payments with individuals who owe taxes, but it has to be through this resolution. This is something that we do every year.
Right. So is there criteria? And I'm only asking because there have been a lot of issues, as we've heard and seen here on council through the years, about the tax collector at office and just everything. So now in looking at her discretion, I just want to know what her discretion is. Does she have a scale that she works from? Is it, due to your income situation?
It's due to income, but it's also statutory, right? If you regularly do not meet the arrangements, then it is her discretion to deny one, payment arrangement. So
can she deny an arrangement without somebody messing it up? Can I just walk in there and can I get an arrangement, and then could, Jane Doe walk in and get an arrangement? Can she just be like, no?
No. So it is stipulated by the regulations. So I can share the regulations with you. What is the discretion?
Okay. Thank you. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes,
thank you. If you could share that
absolutely.
with the council, I would appreciate, just so we could see it. Consent.
Thank you. 26035, Councilwoman Feliciano and Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
So thank you, Madam President. My question with this is, will we send out certified letters? I know I've been asking about this for a while, and I know that they said that there's a cost that would take place with that on behalf of the city. If that is the concern of the city, then we can take that same cost and put it to the homeowner. The fee can be assessed to the homeowner for the certified letter if that is the concern of the city. But it is important to me that we take every opportunity to help our residents maintain their property. So, and I believe that a certified letter removes all doubt that because regular mail, they could say they never got it. Certified mail, someone signed for it. I don't care if it's Joe, whoever, someone signed for it, it got to your property. So will we, and if not, can we put that in there, that a certified letter, it will be sent out to those before we initiate taking their property?
I am not sure that we would be able to do that, because I know that the fees are also limited by the statute, but I will have to look into the statute to see if we are able to do that, because the statute limits the fees.
If we could look into that, I would appreciate it. This is something I know I've been asking for months now, that we send out certified letters before we move to seizing someone's property. So if you would let me know about that, and if we are allowed to do so, can we assess that fee, that certified cost, to the homeowner?
Council President, if I may add to B.A. Richardson's response. These are all of this entire process is statutory based, and the statute is very specific. The statute, the court rules, which work in harmony with each other, are written in a way to protect residents, to protect the home buyers, to give them ample notice and opportunity to defend. ample notice to find whatever remedies they can through the court, which again is statutory, and even subsequent to these liens and licenses being issued, there's very specific laws and statutes that still allows them to not only confirm that they've been noticed, but an opportunity to reclaim to the extent possible. So what I can tell you, I cannot say at what point in time certified mailers are sent out, but the court rules and the statute is very clear that process cannot go forward unless and until they have confirmation that the homeowner is aware and that homeowner makes themselves known. No one, you can't get to this process without a homeowner being aware of what's going on. So I can share that statute with you as well as the court rules, but the notice provisions are very robust, and I can assure you that all these folks that are involved with this unfortunate circumstance are aware of what's going on.
So and I just want to, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would like to clarify that this specific resolution, it's another one that, that we need to deal with in a yearly basis. This specific resolution basically just establishes by statute what is the percentage that we are able to charge for delinquent taxes. So most of the language in this resolution is statutory. But I can look into your suggestion for other resolution that we could include. But for this specific one, this refers just to what we are allowed by law to charge for delinquent taxes, the percentages. And we need to ratify that yearly.
So thank you for that clarity. Now my question is to Director Bridges. How do we know that they have been notified? How do we guarantee? You saying that we have to make sure that sure of it. How are we sure of it?
We're sure of it because we would not be able to get to this point without having some kind of confirmation that the homeowner has knowledge of it, has received even the first notice of whatever lien resulted in this, or a court notice that these actions were going forward. Again, I can give you the statute, but it's very robust in terms of the notice provision.
I understand what you're saying, but you're using the word confirmation. And to me, confirmation is like there is an acknowledgement, a signed letter, a signed card lets me know that's confirmation. Other than that, unless we have someone that is going door to door, I don't know how do we otherwise get confirmation if it's not via mail. So that's where I'm stuck right there. You keep saying that we can't get to this process without confirmation.
I can send to you the process for that and what the confirmation of receipt looks like. I'm not anticipating needing an illustration there, but I'm more than happy to get that to you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. Just a quick question, just for people that are listening in or just reading this. So we said that the interest rate of 8%, right, on the first $1,500 of the delinquency, and then 18% on any amount in excess of $10,000, right? And then a penalty of 6% to be charged on any delinquency in excess of the $10,000. So the penalty is payable to the city, but then okay, and then the 18% is payable to the city?
All of it is paid to the city.
Also.
But it depends, yes. It depends on the amount of the delinquency, right? Mm-hmm. So, but all that is statutory. Those numbers are by the New Jersey statute. And so it's just that we need to ratify it every year.
Okay.
All of it is statutory. Mm-hmm.
So when you factor in, so like if it's $20,000, are you taking the 6% penalty off of the 20, or are you taking the 6% off of the 20 and the 18%?
It depends on when you pay, when it becomes delinquent. For example, if you owe 20,000, right? You will be paying 8% in the first 1,500. Then you will be paying 18% in the difference between the 1,500 and the $20,000 plus the 6%.
But the 6% is off of, it's not going to be, the interest isn't going to be hit on the 6%.
No, the interest would be on the delinquent amount.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Consent.
Consent?
Yeah, for me.
Consent, thank you.
Noted.
Consent. Okay, 26040, that is either Feliciano or Frisbee, I'm sorry.
That's me.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, just out of curiosity on that, what were they looking to do?
I do not have that information, but this was they submitted plans for for some renovations that they were going to be doing in a property, and then they decided to not do it, and so we needed to return the monies that we were keeping in escrow for them.
Okay. Consent.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, that is all of our resolution questions this evening. We can proceed to the consent agenda vote.
Certainly, Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve resolutions 26-029.
28.
We voted on 28.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
029, 045, 046, 030, 031, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44.
Then we have a motion to vote. So approved.
Second.
Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. On to ordinances for first reading and introduction. Ordinance 26-005, ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property commonly known as 340 Rutherford Avenue and identified on the city tax map as block 4403, lot 34, pursuant to NJSA 48-1213C to Vladimir Castillo for the sale price of $12,500. And Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to approve.
May we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Madam President.
Yes, Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you. I have a question for the administration. When these ordinances for the property sales are being considered for a vote from council for approval, what is that process in terms of in what order you're going in? Now, I know, it's case by case, going through vetting each of these applications and things, but I'm seeing fluctuations in the applications being introduced. The one that didn't pass earlier by the same person that's trying to purchase this one that we're on right now, that application was submitted in August. Now, we've had people waiting for years. I know we've had people waiting for months that submitted their applications prior to August that probably has satisfied all of the requirements to come to council for a vote. This application has been submitted in May. The next application has been submitted in July. These applications are sporadic, September and things like that. How is it that this particular person seemed to have been fast-tracked along the process to come to council for approval when we know for a fact there's been other applications submitted before his because of the volume of people that are coming to the meeting saying so? So what, can we explain what happened here?
Councilwoman Edwards, I would not be able to explain that because I am not part of the process. That is a bad excuse, actually. I just don't know how that it's done.
Okay.
We have staff in Housing and Economic Development that receives the applications. They go over the applications. Some of them might need additional information or they do not. I honestly cannot explain it because I don't know how those that seem to be submitted recently made it to the top of the list. I would be making stuff up, and that's not my style to come before you and say,
No.
I don't know.
I appreciate your candor. Perhaps someone from the Housing and Economic Department directly can answer these questions because I'm concerned on how this person has skipped over dozens of more people that we know submitted applications that, from what we are told, submitted everything they're required to submit to prove that they would be a good candidate for that property to purchase it.
I can pass that information to the individuals in Housing and Economic Development. My apologies that we don't have anybody from Housing tonight, but there was Yolanda that faced issues this evening that I will not share publicly, but the intention was to have somebody from HED here tonight. But I can gather that information for you and present it during the next subcommittee meeting, and then share it for the next full meeting, council meeting, so that everybody knows what the situation is. But I really don't know how some individuals have to wait for 3 years and these applications made it to the top. I don't know.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, BA. I just wanted to say something really quick before I move on with you guys. Interim Director Vasquez was supposed to answer some questions for council this evening. I don't know why she had to leave. And Mr. Beach, I knew that he cannot be at this meeting tonight. Before we proceed with the property ordinances, I just wanted to share that as much as I had been saying about the lot sales for the city of Trenton and what it's zoned for, that 2,500 square feet is not in fact the minimum size lot that could be sold that's buildable in the city of Trenton. As much as I had said it, I had a meeting with Mr. Beach. I had shown him the zoning. It still seemed to be arbitrary information. In our first HED meeting, my first HED meeting, I brought it up. I was sent zoning from HED, from Ms. Vasquez, and it did in fact state exactly what I had been saying about what a buildable lot size is in the city of Trenton. That 2,500 square feet is not the minimum buildable lot size for Trenton, that there are zones in the city of Trenton where 1,200 and 1,500 square feet are minimum buildable size lots. I did get an apology because I have been saying this quite often, and I think it's unfair that some of these lot sales have gone on prior to this. People have been able to buy lots for as little as $1,000 or less in some circumstances, and they are in fact able to build structures on them. So I just wanted to say that before we proceed with, again, the property sale ordinances. So with that ordinance that you had a question about, Councilwoman Edwards, did you have any further questions with that?
No, I don't have any further questions with that. This one is actually brick and mortar on this property. So
Yes.
I don't have any questions on that in terms of the amount of the purchase and the size of the lot. I'm just very concerned about how this person skipped above everyone else. And I want to avoid any perceptions of impropriety or favoritism or anything for that of that matter, because we have a lot of people that have been waiting for a long time. And so I just want to lead with fairness, make sure we're doing this the right way. We did not hear any of these properties at our last HED meeting. We didn't go over any properties at our last HED meeting. we went over the process of the application and things like that. But we have a meeting coming up this Monday that I assumed we would be going over these properties with Mr. Beach, who was at that last ad hoc meeting. So I don't know why we still don't have an understanding of why, the purpose, as we discussed the purpose in the beginning of the meeting of the ad hoc committee for HED, was to vet these properties, and we didn't vet them. So in that process, I would like for us, when we're talking about, introducing these, for them to go in the order in which we received them in that process, go with the ones that qualified when we got their from the date we got their application. Now, it's going to fluctuate. I understand that, because some people have missing documents and things like that they have to come back with. So we're not going to exactly be able to go in a first come, first serve order in terms of getting these applications approved by council. However, the first come, first serve basis on a first come, first serve terms of being qualified for these properties. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that were qualified for these properties prior to August, with the other application we've seen earlier tonight. And then in May of last year as well, we've had people that's been applying for property since we've been on council in 2023. So how does this guy just slide straight through above all else? That's my concerns.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And to that point, I just want to say, there are a lot of things wrong with these properties, well, with these sales, with these applications, as we've been saying. There's an application on this docket that the individual came and had an application processed and put through and was supposed to come through council, and the person had no identification at all. They did go back and rectify, and the person got identification afterwards. But again, there are some things that were being done that are just unacceptable.
Madam President.
Yes. Councilman Frisbee.
So I'm not going to talk about lot size or anything else like that, because I've already stated my 2 cents on that earlier. What I am concerned about, and Councilwoman Edwards did touch on as well, is the application dates. We had a woman here just tonight, Ms. Keisha Craig. She said from 2021, she had been trying to purchase her family's property at 153 Fountain Avenue. All of the dates on these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties that we have for first reading this evening all have 2025 dates on them. How did we get to 2025 and we haven't processed the ones from 2021, 2022? I know there are several from 2023, and so many of them that we actually pulled. I'll go back to that again, that we pulled, we tabled, however we want to word it, but that we did not vote on. They were taken off the desk to come before us, and now we are voting on properties that have only been submitted, and I'll say the last 6 months and forward, or less. As I believe the earliest date on here is July of 2025. That I am perplexed on. And I am not, I don't feel comfortable voting on something that we are just getting, that others have done prior, and their things are, I don't know where they are. So I'd like to find out where those properties are, where those applications are. Why aren't those being considered, especially before these? Yes, I want every vacant property, every dormant property in our city sold. I want to fix up, beautify our city, but I also want to make sure that we are moving with some type of protocol. We need to make sure that what applies for one applies for all, and that is not what I am seeing right now. So I am not comfortable voting on any of these this evening.
Council President.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. So again, I share everyone's sentiments. This goes all the way back to when we first started this process, back to when I created a spreadsheet where I asked the questions about the sizes and how we arrived at the numbers and the dollar values and why there was no checklist. And we worked to create a checklist for the administration to use to try to figure out what was going on, and how you could charge somebody for a driveway the same that you would charge somebody who could build a lot on the same size property. It has made no sense then, and it makes no sense now. I know that people, some in the administration were frustrated with Council President Figueroa Kettenberg for abstaining or just not voting, but it just was not right. And now we've come to the standpoint where we've been pushing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth about how it just was not making sense. And then during this whole time, like, she's arguing about the zoning and stuff. Nobody thought to look. I don't think Jim Beach should be over HED. That's just it. That's all. I don't think that he should be over the process. We have not been steered in a clear direction. The administration needs to hire a good, capable, competent HED director to oversee the department, because what is happening now is not right. So when you had your HED subcommittee meeting, were y'all presented with these ordinances here? You were not. So respectfully, I don't even know how they're in front of us now if you all didn't see this at the subcommittee meeting, because that's the point of us creating and having the subcommittee in the first place. The dates are wrong. These should have been reviewed and looked at, right? And some kind of clarification could be made. I'm not voting on any of these. I think that Jim Beach needs to be taken off of HED, and someone qualified and competent needs to be put in that position. Thank you.
So respectfully, Councilwoman Feliciano, yeah, these were brought to us later on Friday. And any lot sales were removed, were pulled from that. So I left these on for council to look at them and make their own determinations. Thank you. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I mean, I definitely agree with us having, because I know of many complaints about, some people waiting before some of these dates too. But I also know that there is, I know specifically one, because I see the young lady in the audience now, who actually tried to do this process a couple of years ago. And then because of the change of the process, redid the application and redid the application again. And then here we go, going to pull it one more time. She's on here. Ms. Was it Washington 2610? No. So, I mean, I get it, because trust me,
2610 is not on the docket.
It is.
It was pulled.
Oh, it was pulled. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
But however, just as an example, I do know that there are several people who have done this process 2-3 years ago, and then therefore they are now trying to redo the process over because of us trying to put a checklist in place and do certain things. So, to that, I mean, like I said, I'm getting bombarded with emails and people complaining that they've been waiting for months and months and months. So I totally understand that, and I don't want us to ignore anyone that came prior to, but at the same time, we do have people who did start the process 3 and 4 years ago, and then here we go changing it and changing it and changing it, and then they're redoing it and redoing it, and now they come before us, and then we're going to pull it all over again. I just wanted to state that.
Council President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
So to Councilwoman Gonzalez's point, that type of thing. So I'm looking at 2610 now, and I would vote on knowing that, having that information. But that information is not on here. Those are the types of properties that we want to get passed. Those who have been applying and applying and applying and applying for years and years, but that information is not on here. I would love to be able to get, if she's here and there's nothing in here that says anything other than 2025. And that information, knowing that we should have had the original documents attached to this so that we understand that this is something that did not just start in 2025, but this is something that we actually, she's been pursuing, or whoever it is has been pursuing for some time. So this way we know that we're operating in decency and in order. And that's the point for me, that we're operating in decency, we're operating in order, and that someone like this who's had her things pulled or put on the back burner for years, now we're finally getting it passed. That's what we need to, but in looking at this and looking at this, that doesn't come through to me. And I would vote on this evening.
Councilwoman Frisbee, thank you. Those, just for the record, that ordinance were sales of lots. And again, the city was not putting forth the sale of lots properly per zoning. And that is the reason why that was pulled.
So it was pulled.
Got
prior
pulled
to
by the,
this.
got pulled, per the zoning, yes.
Madam President.
Council Vice President Williams.
Actually, if I might ask if Councilwoman Edwards could go first, I think she did.
Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you, CVP. I just wanted to just piggyback off of what Councilwoman Frisbee said, as Councilwoman Feliciano and I are discussing things over here on how we can improve this. There is an internal checklist that we receive as council members, the public doesn't have, that the administration completes. At the top of it has a checklist date on when this was done internally, but the date of the initial application received should reflect the actual original date of the application received, not the application they had to redo, because the application changed, because we're improving the processes and things like that, but the original date. So if this person has submitted their application in 2021, that's what it should say, not the new application date. So when we meet with HED on Monday, we'll be sure to include that in the conversation so that we have clarity on when the original application, that needs to be reflective of the real first time, not the new one. So thank you. And I would also say I am comfortable with going to the ones that we know for a fact has submitted applications. So Ms. Washington's ordinance on here, I would like for us to vote on that tonight if everyone is, we can't.
Which it's not on the docket.
They pulled it.
It's been pulled.
I had it in front of me, so that's
No,
where I was going off of that.
It was pulled.
Oh, it was pulled?
It's
already?
locked. It's not on the docket, yeah.
Oh, it's locked?
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yes, so
Oh, they had to go to
No,
zoning.
it was never on here.
pulled.
It was in my original docket, but I guess it was pulled and I wasn't aware.
Thank
So
you.
she needs a zoning variance for this?
Yes, so Councilwoman Edwards and Council Vice President Williams were in an ad hoc subcommittee meeting when we were told again adamantly that the minimum buildable size lot for the city of Trenton is 2,500 square feet. And then they proceeded to send us the zoning, which is what I was using to say that that was not accurate. So after that, yes, these were pulled.
So Council President, because of the zoning issue, what will be the impact is there an impact to the sales price of this? Tell us.
Yes.
What now must happen so that people in the audience and anybody that needs to know what now happens?
Councilor Fleet, that's a great question. The answer that I have at this point is not a full answer other than that the city will be reworking the rubric. Hopefully there will be an answer to that at the next HUD subcommittee meeting on Monday.
So in reworking the rubric, are you saying now that the price may go up?
I can't give you information because I don't know the answer. The only thing I know is that they will be reworking the rubric.
Okay.
We will have more answers hopefully by Monday's subcommittee meeting.
CP.
Respectfully, I think that because you didn't get any of this, and I know it's a pain and a strain to everybody. I understand it and I get it. I don't think we should vote on any of these until you all have met on them as the HED subcommittee. You have flushed these out and we figure this thing out and come with something that makes sense. The way that this has been happening from day one has never made sense. It benefits some people, not all people. It has to make sense for everyone across the board.
Thank you. This is exactly what I've been saying. Thank you. Council Vice President Williams.
Yes, ma'am. I am fine either way, if we decide to proceed or if we pull these for tonight and table them. But I would like to suggest, and I know this may feel drastic at first, a 30-day hard stop so we can make sure that the systemic issues that are happening with rubric and everything else are handled and handled correctly. Because for us to go through this, it seems every single meeting, every month, this has been a heck of a process since when we first came on to council, even just getting LLCs properly identified and having articles of incorporation. We need to make sure that this is over and done with. And when this checklist comes to us, when the applications go out, I love the idea of having a applicant list when they originally applied, not just the most recent time, because we should know that. In the case of 153 Fountain, to me, that's a travesty. I know we need to have properties available if something happens like a choice neighborhood project, and it's going to be a great project. But that woman and that family deserve to have the chance to buy that property long before choice neighborhood came around to us.
Madam
Thank you,
President.
CVP. Hold on. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yeah, I was just going to try to keep it real brief. Just going back to, I think Councilwoman Feliciano, or Frisbee, I forgot who mentioned it, but as far as, what has been done prior and does it change the amount being sold? That kind of goes against what the whole purpose of this was, which was to allow our local people to be able to afford to buy property that has been vacant for many, many years. I don't understand why we don't, I don't get where the disconnect is, and I get we want to be fair across the board. However, someone who has been living next to a vacant property for 30-something years, and then we want to now raise the price for them to purchase it, it just doesn't make sense to me. It feels like we're going against exactly what we were planning to do and what we were trying to do with allowing local people to obtain these properties. And that's where my frustration is, because now we're going to probably skyrocket the amount that we want to accept, and then we're going to have vacant properties sitting for another 40 to 50 years. And it's like that's just going against everything we thought this was supposed to do. Now, I do agree with us having it a fair process. However, I don't want it to, reflect or have some type of consequence about how much they're paying and all of that stuff. Just wanted to put that out for the record.
Councilwoman
Council
Frisbee?
President.
Councilman Frisbee.
Council President, so I am not in agreement that we defer these for 30 days. I believe that we can get this done. We should be able to get this done by our next council meeting. 14 days, I think, is more than ample time. I don't think we should put residents on hold again for 30 days. Every day there's a price tag that is associated with it, and we need to be mindful of that. We keep saying we want to help move this along, allow the residents to get these properties. But the longer we wait, the longer the more they have to come out of pocket. So I believe we should be able to move this, do something with this by the time we get to our next meeting this month. I would like to see something to help us help our community get these lots and these properties in a timely manner and in a fair and equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Feliciano.
Thank you. So to Councilwoman Gonzalez's point, I understand your frustration and everything. Some of us have been frustrated from the very beginning. When it comes to the zoning, there's ordinances behind that. That's not us saying we're gonna do this, that's the law saying it. So if the administration and those that they put in charge of the work didn't do their due diligence to make sure that what they were putting forth before us, we have to correct it, and we have to do the right thing, because that's what we're here to do. And so I understand, and I get it, hearing the people that come forward, but now we're looking in these dates and everything, and then to Councilwoman Edwards' point that people are just showing up, and then we have people that's been waiting for years. This whole thing has been shoddy work just to move properties along, and that's not fair to the residents. That's not fair. And again, if we have to take yet another step back so that the administration can take a positive, fruitful step forward to produce something that was good and right, then I'm willing to do that. And I'm sorry for any inconvenience that it causes the residents in the city, and I get it, because I want our people to thrive and own property and everything else like that. But as I've said from the beginning with my spreadsheets and charts and everything else, this should have just been handled differently from the very, very beginning, and we wouldn't be here now today. So I get it. I'm frustrated too, because it seemed like the administration stuff just wasn't listening. And now here we are. So now maybe people will listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So with that, I would like to move a motion to table these ordinances as they pertain to property sales until our next council meeting.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And to clarify, is tabling resolution numbers, ordinance numbers
26005, 26009, 26011, 012, and 18.
And 18. That was motioned. It was, I'm sorry, that was second.
Second by Feliciano.
Thank you. Motion second, and roll call is Councilwoman Edwards,
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano,
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. Items are tabled. This is tabled until the next public meeting.
Next public meeting, for the record, is the 18th, 19th, 17th.
17.
17th, yes. They will be tabled until the February 17th meeting,
Tabled until the next public.
and they will be
Got it.
addressed at an HUD subcommittee meeting. Thank you.
Okay. With that being said, that moves us to ordinance 26-13, calendar year 2026 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits to establish a cap bank, NJSA 40A 445.14, in the amount of $7,659,348.87. Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to
Yes,
approve.
we have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Roll call, Vice President, Councilwoman Edwards. My
Yes.
apologies. Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. Ordinance 26-16, ordinance amending Chapter 132, Property Maintenance of the Code of the City of Trenton to add Article 10 entitled Long-Term Vacancy and Stalled Redevelopment Properties to establish standards, surcharges, and enforcement mechanisms for prolonged vacant and inactive redevelopment sites.
May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Edwards, roll call, Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Yes.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
And Council President Figueroa Kettenberg.
Yes.
Motion carried. Ordinance 26-17, an ordinance prohibiting the parking of certain vehicles on city streets within the city of Trenton.
May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Roll call. Councilwoman Edwards.
Yes.
Councilwoman Feliciano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Frisbee.
Before I ask, I just want to clarify, this does include commercial vehicles that are long-term as well? And does that also include if they have commercial vehicles that are open on private lots, on vacant lots?
I don't know that, I'm sorry, I
Still a
don't
motion
know
on
that
the
it
floor
does
if it's
apply
included.
to vehicles in vacant lots. I know it is for residential parking.
Council President?
So my question on here is because I know that in my ward, this is an issue. We have vehicles that are on, people will buy lots. They will park their commercial vehicles. Matter of fact, there are two dumpsters on one property that I'm looking to get fined, but they're sightly, and that's not the purpose for them having bought that property. So I would like to have this, actually, I would like to know if we can have this amended, because I would like for it to include commercial vehicles, long-term, that are also on private property as well. And when I say private, I mean open properties, vacant properties, having dumpsters and all the other kind of stuff that's just sitting. You bought the property to build on it, not to sit and use as a parking lot.
Okay, humbly, Councilwoman, I know that you have some clarity that you need or you may wish to amend, but right now we have a motion to approve on the floor. So if I could have your vote, please.
So then my answer is no.
Noted. And moving on to, Councilwoman Gonzalez.
I don't, my only, I guess I can't talk about it because it's first reading. Oh, okay.
I mean, you guys could talk, but it was a motion a second. If there was discussion, it should have happened then
All right, so
outside of the.
we'll discuss later. Yes.
Okay. And Vice President Williams?
Yes, but I would, if on a second reading, if we may, I'd like to include dump trucks.
And Council President
Yes.
Figueroa Kettner. Yep.
So if we can have a quick discussion, Mr. Garcia,
Say again?
we can have a quick discussion about this?
Yeah, you've approved it for first reading as it is right now. So if you, I mean,
Right. So to speaking to Councilwoman Frisbee's point, I do believe that there is an ordinance that already exists about that, about the parking in lots that are city or private owned, that it is like it's something of an eyesore or whatever. There is an ordinance that already exists because I've actually addressed it and trying to get some of these lots cleaned out for things that are in their dumpsters and these vehicles and things of that nature, because there's a lot of them in the city of Trenton, like you say. So this is different. This is just for street parking from the hours of 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. That because the original ordinance for this only included commercial vehicles with the business name or ladder trucks, ladder vans. So this was to include any vehicles that are over 19 feet long, limousines, multi cargo vehicles, 7+ seats, and things of that nature that are parked in the streets in any given day.
So thank you for that clarity, Madam President. Mr. Garcia, if you would send me that that ordinance, I would greatly appreciate it, and then see about how we can get some things enforced in the community. Thank you.
Yes. Council Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to request for next reading, if it might be possible, I have a small edit, flatbed trucks and dump trucks, if that's appropriate at that point. So I know we both share a dump truck on Furman, one night in the north, one night in the south, and other areas.
Okay, thank you. I will have the conversation with Mr. Kleckley, who definitely helped me with this, and this was approved by Mr. Santora and Mr. Bridges as well. So thank you, yes. Take that into notation. We can, I see no more questions. Councilwoman Edwards? No, I see no more questions. Mr. Garcia, we can proceed.
okay, Madam President, those are all the items that I have under ordinances for first reading. At this time, move to public comment. And public comment will be to the public. Public comment will be 5 minutes for each individual. You may address any item that you wish. The council is not obligated to respond. First individual listed is Cordelia Staten, who has left. Robin Vaughn. Please state your name and address for the record. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Robin Washington. I apologize. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Good evening. My name is Robin Washington. I live at 447 West Hanover Street, Trenton, New Jersey. I've been trying to purchase 2 vacant city-owned lots since September 2019. I've come before City Council on multiple occasions. June 3rd, 2025, that was 8 months ago today, I came in and made a formal request to be able to purchase those 2 lots. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to different variations of what policy should be or should have been. When I submitted my application in 2019, whatever the existing policy was at that time, I complied. I made an offer. There was a counter offer. I accepted. I was informed that it would go before City Council. I have come down here on multiple occasions throughout the years starting in 2019, after I submitted my application, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, and now we're in 2026. I was informed that I could not just buy one lot, that I had to buy both lots. So I made that commitment. With this new application process, oh, you have to submit a new application. Okay, I submitted a new application. And I also wrote on that application, original submitted September of 2021. I hear what you're saying, but as a resident, as a citizen, it is not sitting well with me because I have complied with everything that has been requested of me. This was put on for first reading for December. The first meeting in December, everything got tabled. The only phone call that I have received from anybody in City Hall was this past Friday to tell me that this property was not going to go on the agenda again today. That's the only call. I've come to these meetings and asked for information. I've come down to City Hall to ask, what is it that I need to do? Nobody can give me answers, but yet I'm being further denied. I'm hearing this conversation that folks that are just submitting applications in the last 6 months, they're getting approved. So 6 years versus 6 months, it does not sit well with me. It does not sit well with me at all. I've abided by whatever rules that I was told at the time. And it seems like for, just an independent woman that I can't get what I want. And I'm going to try to be as politically correct as I can be. But if I'm not, I apologize. I see individuals that do not look like me, that do not dress like me, who do not worship like me, come into the city, buy properties. They don't maintain them. They come in, the new thing now is they're coming in and they're doing LLCs. As it was mentioned earlier, because I took a little note, one young lady said that she tried to research a LLC to see who the folks were, and she couldn't find out who they were. But I can just imagine who they are because someone in the city told me that these outside folks have bought 250 city-owned properties. But yet I'm trying to just get 2 lots across the street from my house in the neighborhood that I live in to improve my neighborhood, but I can't get anywhere. But other folks that don't live in this city, they can come in, do whatever they want, and it's okay. And I have a real issue with that. I have a real issue with that. And this being tabled again, okay, I'll be at the next meeting and I'm going to see what I'm told then, because it's just, to me, it's ridiculous. 2 vacant lots that's been sitting there, and from what I'm told, I'm the only one that's interested in buying the 2 lots. And I am very, very frustrated with this whole procedure. I am very. I'm not disillusioned to the point that I'm going to stop because I've come this far. So I'm going to see it through. Thank you for your attention.
Caitlin Fair. Excuse me. No. Yes, Caitlin Fair. Goodness gracious.
Ooh, y'all made us earn our public comment today. Caitlin Fair, 215 South Clinton Avenue. I'm usually here before you in the capacity of ETC, but I'm here today in my capacity as a resident. I have some concerns about the way that snow removal was handled recently, and some of you have been on my tirade of emails that I've been sending back and forth to different departments. But to this day, as I was driving here, there are still city sidewalks that are not cleared, including major sidewalks that give access to the train station. The pedestrian islands across Market Street and at the Market Street and South Clinton intersection the sidewalk that runs along Market Street that many people traverse to get to the train station. None of the curb cuts are shoveled. None of the sidewalks are shoveled. Even the sidewalk right here in the back of City Hall next to the parking lot is not cleared. This is a safety hazard for residents, and it's really concerning to me, particularly as a city that's trying to orient itself as a transit-oriented city and attract people to come here and live here because of the proximity to public transportation and trying to brand itself as that. If people can't access the public transportation because the sidewalks are not available to them, that's a problem. And we have a branding issue then, right? Additionally, it's obviously a safety hazard. I watched somebody trying to navigate one of the curb cuts with a cane who almost fell in the middle of Market Street. And you can imagine that that would be an absolute disaster, right? And you all know well that we are a city that also deals with a really high number of lawsuits, personal injury lawsuits, and all types of things. And I think that these things are connected, right? It's important. Quality of life includes our ability to get around the city. And so that's something that I would like to understand how that's being handled better, because currently it's not being handled so far as I can tell. And we're also not getting any response. So as I mentioned, I've sent multiple correspondences about this, and the only response that I've gotten has been an email back from Council Vice President Williams, even just acknowledging that I've sent these correspondences. So I'm really concerned about the lack of communication from Public Works when these issues are raised, and what the expectation is of that department. So as far as this is concerned. In addition to that, this also speaks to a larger issue with some of the large developers in the city who own multiple properties, large properties, who are also not clearing their properties, and who have vacant and dilapidated properties that they've been sitting on for 20 plus years that they are not clearing the sidewalks in front of. This happens to be an issue on my particular block. So my entire block in the residences where people live is cleared. But once you get to the lot at the end of my block that's owned by a major developer, that has to this day not been cleared, and again inhibits access to the train station and people who live on that block who utilize the train station on a daily basis. That's all I have on that. I have another issue with traffic enforcement, but I'll talk about that another day, because we've talked about that before, and I'd like to continue to understand what's being done in the city about traffic enforcement. And the other thing I just want to say is that I want to give a shout out to the city clerk, because you do an excellent job, and it's a very thankless job. And certainly I'm sure that we all make mistakes, right? You're not a perfect guy, but you're really a breath of fresh air after the last clerk that we had. And I just want to acknowledge you, because I think that, you probably don't get that often. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victor Irizarry.
Victor Irizarry, 19 Moreland Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey. It's an honor to be in front of you again. You're putting the work in. I am proud of you. You're doing a great job. I'd like to give thanks and thank God for the leadership of the African Americans of 1555 to 1619, and from 1619 to 1865. For all the hard work they have put in, the sacrifices, and the way they have differently have expressed their concern for the American way of life according to the Constitution. Like Frederick Douglass, and then you got like Huey Newton and Malcolm X, Mr. Farrakhan, and more importantly, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which I am FOI inactive since 1991, but I've been affiliated with the Nation of Islam since '83. And I take offense to all the Black Americans that are on YouTube and elsewhere that have been putting down the African Americans, especially the civil rights movements, those participants like John Lewis and Martin Luther King, and their background and what they did in their personal life that have nothing to do with the public life, that is to serve the country, which they were asked, many of them were asked and volunteered and died for. And some were motivated and moved to also influence the Puerto Ricans of the young lords and the Latino community, which I call the Gambolinos. I like to say that Malcolm X, he promoted, advocated for Black nationalism and not Black extremism. It's a big difference, and it's causing a problem in our communities. But that I've been saying lately, or previously, is that had to do with the war, good and evil, God and the devil, so-called Lucifer, Elohim, which is Yaqub and Shabazz. That's the continuing war of black and black crime. But my point is that on CNN today, I saw where there was a table of individuals discussing the immigration problems, and the white people, I call them Aryans, have been killed lately, standing out for representing or helping out the immigrants. And then they were kind of got to the point where eventually got the nerve to say that there's a discrimination against the Latino community, or people, the brown people, which actually are beige people. And that's the problem that is causing, all this is behind, were extended from J. Edgar Hoover, the war on drug, Executive Order 11727 should be repealed, and being the Trenton is a sanctuary city, I would recommend or suggest that we be one of the first cities in America to ask for a repeal of that 11727. Now, that was started by J. Edgar Hoover to destroy the black community. It spilled over to the Hispanics, but the product comes from lands of the Hispanics in Puerto Rican, not Puerto Ricans, but Hispanics or South Americans, so I call Gambolinos. And since everyone else is getting rich off of, in other words, their substance is illegal until a person is arrested, then it becomes legal to use it against that person in the country they come from, which are now classified as terrorists, which is backwards. We, as Hispanic now, Gambolinos, we've been discriminated against, and the immigration laws not only hurts the black community, but it discriminates totally and completely against the Gambolinos, which are the Hispanics, and I think that's unfair. So now that because of the wrongdoings of the politics of other countries, and America's involved in it with the mafia, again, the Arabs and mafia, and so-called Israelis, and not the Jews, it's affecting us as Hispanics, and we have been also discriminated from, not what I would call black nationalists, but black extremists. And they themselves are hurting the black nationalists who are pro-American. And that's the big issue here now. To become, at one time, to become an American, pro-American would be called Uncle Tom. But with time and progress and education and enlightenment, you become humble and law-abiding and do as you're told, like the Nation of Islam was known for being so crisp and on point all the time that they were looked for to be hired by the white establishment because of their discipline, even though the black extremists would consider us as robots under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X. Now, Minister Louis Farrakhan. So my point is that those black nationalists that become Americans are now, excuse me. All right. Thank you.
Robin Vaughn.
Robin Vaughn, 1100 Stuyvesant Avenue. I just want to say, allow ICE to do its job. I'm American, I'm Black American, multi-generational American, and I support bloodline citizenship. If you're not native to this country, then you need to go back and build your own nation and stop taking up resources that Americans are entitled to. You're not going to use my taxpayer dollars for folks who are from another nation. And the Black community have endured police brutality for decades. Even here in Trenton, we still have this outstanding United States Department of Justice investigation because of brutality that the majority of Black Americans have experienced in this city with law enforcement. So now that law enforcement is going after illegals, people who are breaking the law, and our government's supposed to somehow, some way, prevent them from doing their job, and these people are supposed to stay here, get them out by all means necessary. Don't use another taxpayer dollars to save illegals. And as we know, we're fiscally and economically challenged as it is. And I appreciate everyone who is challenging the state and pushing back on their aggression in Trenton. We live in a state that our New Jersey Constitution says home rule is the law. Every municipality has a right to self-govern. And DCA, the state of New Jersey, I won't say DCA because under the state, that's the State Department, just like DEP. They have been overstepping their powers. And it's time that Trenton push back and challenge and legally challenge. You have a right, you're the legislative body, you have control of our fiscal government, not the state. And you deserve to be in those meetings. You're entitled to be in those meetings. And you signed the MOU too, not just read. So get on back with that, okay? That's a lie, blatant lie, okay? Reed does not unilaterally sign the MOU, okay? So that MOU is perpetual punishment and it's unconstitutional. That MOU is, in my opinion, and some other legal advisors, it's arbitrary and capricious. So we need to do something about that as a council, as citizens and taxpayers and residents of this city. We're not taking it anymore. We're going to push back. Even if we have to go to John Roberts, Trenton, we're going to get our money. The state needs to pay its taxes. That needs to happen. You know, when I was on the council, so sad. United States government, when I was on council, the press was here, the fourth estate. Every council meeting, we had noble, professional journalists. We had Isaac Avalusha, we had Penny Ray, we had Solomon Rockman. The press sat there. We had Kevin Shea. They were here every council meeting, holding everybody to account. I couldn't get off that dais without them coming to me, commenting and covering every piece of legislation this council brought up and challenged this government. You guys don't have that. And that goes to transparency and not holding the administration accountable. And that's intentional, done by the state. I'm telling you, they are out of line, and it's a shame. And none of yous are talking about that. No media coverage, nothing. That's not the way government and democracy works. We have three pillars, right? The executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch. And the fourth estate is the media. Where are they? Why aren't they covering? Where's John Barry? Where's the Trentonian? Okay, where are they? And it's intentional. And that's all I want.
Isha Craig. Madam President, those are all the individuals I have for public comment. To start with civic comment.
Thank you. Councilwoman Edwards.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have a few things that I want to discuss, but I want to start off with piggybacking off of Caitlin Fair's snow removal issues, myself as well as other council colleagues, but just speaking for myself, because I don't want to misrepresent anyone, I reached out to the administration to bring forth many concerns from dozens of residents, business owners, and what have you across the city, and employees at local businesses as well, that complained about the lack of attention in their area in terms of snow removal, particularly around the post office, around City Hall and motor vehicles. These are public sidewalks in a lot of these areas, and they were not shoveled or in the streets were not plowed. Just for example, coming down Market Street right now, when you're coming up from Route 1, when you get to Jackson, you have to merge over into the left lane because that entire right lane is covered in snow. It's been more than a week, and most of us on this dais stood with the mayor during this press conference and heard the plan, plowing curb to curb until they see blacktop, and then they're going to come back and put salt and sand down or what have you, and that was not done the way that it was expressed. And I get that there are issues that may have prohibited the efficiency of this process, but again, it's been more than a week and that lane is still blocked. And there's no indication until you get right there, and then now everyone is fighting for that one lane to go straight down Market. And it's dangerous. And I almost got ran off the road because I didn't even realize the lane was ending because of the snow, you know, and then vice versa, being in that left lane and people trying to merge over at the last second because they're realizing it's covered in snow. And they're getting caught in each other's blind spots, trying to merge into this one lane. So please address that. In the sidewalk, I know that is a private business token, the medicinal area right there. If we can have them shovel up the sidewalk around there to get to these curb cuts. Right here in the back of City Hall, you can't walk down the street either. So these things matter. Accessibility matters, especially for people that have low balance, that need tools like canes and walkers and wheelchairs. I do want to touch on the property purchase process because this is an ongoing process that we've been trying to clear up for such a very long time. And, you know, just reiterating some of the sentiments of my colleagues, we need this to be a functioning department, and it hasn't been. Even with the ad hoc committee, we still can't seem to get an understanding of presenting these applications to that committee before they're brought to a vote on council. That's all we're asking, so that all of these concerns can be addressed, so that people are not given false hope coming here and then we have to address this publicly because of the inadequacies of this process. So let's work on that. I'm glad that we have a meeting on Monday. I saw that calendar invite earlier today, and I'm sure the three of us will have thorough notes coming out of that meeting and hopefully some solutions. In terms of ad hoc committees, I want to thank Director Simple and B.A. Richardson on meeting with us with the Trenton Waterworks ad hoc committee for our first meeting on January 27th. It was very informative. We covered a lot of information, beginning with council approving nearly $50 million in state bonding and grants to invest in long overdue water infrastructure. And the funds are being used to upgrade facilities, replace lead line services, improve safety systems, and strengthen the reliability of our water supply. We also went over the capital improvement plan a little bit and the capital projects that they're moving forward with, including the HVAC and fire safety upgrades at the water facilities and continued lead service line replacements. We did discuss that there are some issues with accessibility to the homes because people are skeptical. So we talked about some other alternatives to help gain access. And we also talked about improvements to the raw water intake system to ensure it operates reliably year-round, and especially during the winter conditions. So we did talk about what are some alternative solutions to fixing this water intake system so that this fragile ice doesn't continue to cripple us. So there is some other litigation around contracts and things with people that are not satisfied for getting these bids, and we're putting
Feliciano.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. Thank y'all for sticking around with us here tonight. I just want to, I'm glad that we're moving along with the Senior Citizen Advisory Board. Eventually, we'll be able to, hopefully, within the next month, have a meeting to get that underway so we can move on with that. We also have the Multicultural Heritage Board that I'm still waiting for the administration to present the resolution with the names of the organizations. That was also done years ago as well. Not sure what the holdup is, but I'd like us to come on and get it done. The whole reason of the Multicultural Heritage Board is to help out in celebrating the rich cultures that we have in our city. The city doesn't have to lift the load alone. We bring the people to the table and let them bring their ideas and then their resources as well to make sure that we're touching everybody right where they are in the city to help raising flags or just different options that we can have as far as how we celebrate each other in the town. So I'd like to see that done so that we can get that underway as well. We've been waiting what seems like forever. Thank you to my colleagues for passing the water rate ordinance. I also want to give proper credit where credit is due. I want to thank Amaris Jones, who works at Trenton Waterworks, who actually brought it to my attention, who brought the question to my attention. I had first brought it to the council. I asked the consultant back in June. They were supposed to take it away and think about it and come back with something. That didn't happen. And now here we are. She works over at the Waterworks in the billing department, and she brought it. She had also brought it to her people. Not sure what happened with it, but when she brought it to my attention, I thought about it. It made sense. I didn't really look at it like that at first. And then when I look deeper into it, I'm like, you know what? Let's push it forward and let's see what happens. And now here we are. So when people want to say that we don't have good qualified people that work at the water department, I do beg to differ. And I do want to publicly thank her for caring enough and pushing the needle forward to ask the question, because now, due to her diligence, here we are today, and we have a solution that prayerfully is going to work and produce good results for the water, for the company, and for our city, and for the residents therein. Thank you for moving forward with the ad hoc committee. I appreciate that. My colleagues, I thank you for let's working through it and getting it done. This is critical. We're gonna need two more. I'm gonna work on the committee. I need two more people to join me on it so that we can start scheduling the meeting, so that we can start having these conversations. I think that it'll help all of us to understand and have our say at the table so that we can get our questions and things resolved and answered, right? And then our viewpoints move forward as we move along with this. Shout out again to Tyrell Smith and the Trent Town Market and the phenomenal work that he's doing. I do want to thank B.A. Richardson for meeting with us a while back about the participatory budgeting possibilities. While nothing was like set in stone and concrete, I'm hopeful that that will be something that can be taken into consideration, that we can revisit that again. You revisit with Tyrell and see how we can incorporate that into the city. I also would like to say that thank you for everybody for just doing the best that you could do with the hands that the cards that you're dealt that work in the administration, for those that really do the work. Thank you. You are all greatly appreciated. I do want it to be taken seriously, though, about what I said about having good, competent people in these positions. we want to call things out sometimes, but then we want to skate over the people who we kind of like and all that kind of stuff. I'm not here to really like anybody. I just need you to do your job. And so as we look and see, we deserve better. We need better. We always have. And there were certain things that maybe we didn't see along the way, but we see it clearly now. Changes need to be made. We need to move in a forward direction, and we need people in position that are able to make that happen. So with that being said, I thank you all for your time. God bless and good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Frisbee.
Thank you, Council President. So I want to say first, happy Black History Month to everyone, and thank Councilwoman Feliciano for the lovely pins that she gave to us. I appreciate that. I wanted to say, I know that a lot has been said about the snow removal, but I do want to say thank you to our Public Works team. They really worked hard and are continuing to work hard to remove the snow. I took a small video of some of our team members. They were out there even yesterday trying to break up the ice and move it off the corners. And yes, it is frustrating. We don't have a large team, but what we have, we are doing a really great job with. So I ask folks to keep calling in, emailing us, and letting us know where there are issues. They are being very responsive, but I give a major shout out, major hats off to you. Thank you for the phenomenal work that your men did. Didn't mind coming back out when they needed to. So I appreciate that. Congratulations to Janet Porter, and thank you for the 39 years of service. I still think she should have stayed that last year, but she needed to do what she needed to do, what was best for her. But we do appreciate her diligence and all that she has given to our city. I greatly appreciate it. And I also we will honor and acknowledge Director Waliana Terry. He did leave. He's traveling now, but when he comes back, I did promise we are going to have a recognition that will acknowledge him in April. We have to acknowledge people, give them their flowers when we have the opportunity. Saying thank you does not cost us anything. And I want to make sure that I'm going to say it over and over and over again to as many people as I can. This next Thursday, on February 12th at 5:30 p.m. will be my West Ward Community Conversation. I invite you to come out. Our very own city clerk, Mr. Brandon Garcia, will be one of our speakers, along with our Diane Jarosky, who is our surrogate. Please come out and you can get some questions answered that you might not know that you need to have answered, and then ask questions once they finish talking about what they have to present to you. And also in giving credit where credit is due, I want to thank Councilor Feliciano again, and Maris, now that I know that she was part of that as well, for making sure that we got this water rate ordinance done and these rates adjusted. I know it wasn't easy. I know it was a lot of work, and I know that you have been diligent with that. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you put in, and thank you for listening to other folks as well, because we sometimes don't always do that, but I appreciate that you're actually taking into consideration. All of us should do that. Others. So Maris, shout out to you as well. And Tyrell, awesome job. You and your team with the participatory budgeting. I look forward to hearing more about that. I want to thank everybody that came out this evening. For those who had issues, some who had concern, I completely empathize with, I'm sorry, her name, I'm drawing a blank on it, but Miss Keisha Craig. I understand your frustration, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to get this thing together so the next time she comes here, she will have a favorable outcome with us. Thank you to all the directors for everything that you do. It's not easy, I know that. Thank you to each and every single last one of you. You are appreciated. To those of our officers who stand at our security that stay here with us night after night that we're here, I thank you as well. I appreciate you as well. And with that, I'm going to reach a portion of our city's recognition mission, which is we recognize that the people of Trenton have made us guardians of the public trust. We are committed to govern with integrity and fiscal responsibility, to seek excellence in the city's operations, and to serve all the city's people with respect and compassion. We are doing our best to be at our best. We thank you all, and I appreciate my colleagues for the work that we put in together. Respectfully, I appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you put in. Have a great evening. Get home safely.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Council President. First, I just want to say happy Black History Month to everyone, and thank you for coming to the meeting. This was a really rigorous one, and I think a vigorous one at the same time. So this was a very productive night. Just want to follow up regarding the snow. Thank you to Public Works for everything done. You guys, men and women, had to remove nearly 20 inches of snow and do it during one of the longest cold snaps we've had in many years. And while we're warm and safe in our houses, you all were out there trying to get everything done as much as you could. Where the hiccups along the way, here and there are definitely some things we can improve, and I know they'll get improved. And I just want to thank you again for what you did for that time, and you're still doing that. Snow hasn't all gone away, of course. So I just I'd like to also thank everyone from the Writing Center who came here tonight and the assistance that was given to get them here for Ms. Porter and her, the moment we shared with her, it was very, very special. Not many cities have employees who stay as long and do as much good as she did for us. The next North Ward Citizen Police Advisory Council meeting is on Wednesday night, February 18th. From 5:30 to 7 at Galilee Baptist Church. I don't believe we will conflict with City Stat this month. It's usually every other month, so I hope to see some of you there with us. And I just want to just add, we are doing our best regarding home sales, property sales. As you heard, my colleagues were very eloquent on it. Please extend us some grace. We're working through a process that hasn't been worked upon in a long time. And I think some great things are happening. It's taking longer than we wanted, but they are happening. Finally, I just want to thank my colleagues for voting for 26046 tonight regarding the siting of federal immigration detention facilities in the city of Trenton. I think this was something important because, and I'm just going to read this, in November 2024, after the current occupant of the White House won election, the ACLU learned through records obtained through a Freedom of Information Act that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, was considering the Bo Robinson Treatment Center at 377 Enterprise Avenue here in Trenton for a detention center. The center, as described, would be used for housing immigrants detained by ICE. It likely would not be the only place considered in our 4 wards over time. Thank you to Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, who first spoke out condemning this potential location in the North Ward. ICE's interest in the Bo Robinson Treatment Center became much more public because of her. To date, this center has not been used by ICE or the federal government for immigration actions or detentions. And this resolution will not impact ICE's operations presently. Given the growing controversies surrounding ICE and Customs and Border Protection and its deviation from only detaining the worst of the worst to its treatment of detainees and observers and protesters, to the chaos created in and around already established detention centers around the country, Trenton does not need or want a federal immigration detention center here. With the demands placed on our already stretched thin Trenton law enforcement and emergency response services, I suggest that it is very prudent that our capital city take a firm stand and state that no properties in our city should be used by the federal government or private entities, as many of these detention centers are privately run. And I'm glad we did that tonight. While ICE, CBP, and other federal agencies are mandated to conduct their missions by those in charge of them, our council is not required to sit idly by and say nothing, nor are we to not take any future actions as a municipal body as is legally determined. Large cities such as Kansas City, Missouri, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and small cities in towns like Richmond, Virginia, and Roxbury, New Jersey have or will be taking action on their own accords regarding detention centers. To me, a nice detention center and the ones that operating currently and functioning are not an example of American values or Trenton values, and they certainly have no place as they are in densely populated cities such as ours. Included in this resolution, as you heard, is a call for our state legislature to pass any necessary legislation to preclude the siting of any facilities within highly populated areas such as ours. I hope such legislation is passed soon to help protect cities such as our capital city from having to host immigration detention centers.
Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Thank you guys for sticking it out with us. It's been a long night. Just want to say thank you to Department of Public Works. You guys did do a good job. I mean, there's a lot of coverage. There's a lot of things. There was a lot of snow. It was really, really cold. Things iced over. You guys were very responsive, so I do appreciate you all. And we have to hold ourselves accountable at some point too. People didn't move their vehicles. They stayed. They won't dig out their own sidewalks. At some point in time, we have to hold ourselves accountable for what we're responsible for. So again, thank you to you and your department. Ms. Oya, I really do appreciate you. To the police and all those who were involved in towing and things of that nature. Some people were towed, some people weren't. We need to work on uniformity across the board, but it really was all hands on deck, and you all did a phenomenal job, all the departments who took part. So thank you all for that. With that being said, I want to thank you all again for being here. I want you guys to get home safe. Thank you to my colleagues. A lot of great things happened tonight, a lot of great discussions. No need to beat dead horses. So have a wonderful one and take care. Thank you.
Madam President, if you want to ask for a motion to adjourn.
May we have a motion to adjourn?
So second.
All say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? None opposed, meeting adjourned.